Chapter 14 of Stepping Heavenward. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Teresa Downey. Stepping Heavenward by Elizabeth Prentiss. Chapter 14. January 30th. Who would have thought I would have anything more to do with poor old Susan Green? Dr. Cabot came to see me to day, and told me the strangest thing. It seems that the nurse who performed the last offices for her was taken sick about 6 months ago, and that Dr. Cabot visited her from time to time. Her physician said she needed nothing but rest and good nourishing food to restore her strength. Yet she did not improve at all. And at last it came out that she was not taking the food the doctor had ordered because she could not afford to do so, having lost what little money she had contrived to save. Dr. Cabot, on learning this, gave her enough out of Susan's legacy to meet her case, and in doing so told her about that extraordinary will. The nurse then assured him that when she reached Susan's room and found the state that she was in, and that I was praying with her, she had remained waiting in silence, fearing to interrupt me. She saw me faint, and sprang forward just in time to catch me and keep me from falling. "I take great pleasure, therefore," Dr. Cabot continued, "in making over Susan's little property to you, to whom it belongs, and I cannot help congratulating you that you have had the honor and the privilege of perhaps leading that poor benighted soul to Christ even at the 11th hour." "Oh, Dr. Cabot," I cried, "what a relief it is to hear you say that! For I have always reproached myself for the cowardice that made me afraid to speak to her of her Saviour. It takes less courage to speak to God than to man." "It is my belief," replied Dr. Cabot, "that every prayer offered in the name of Jesus is sure to have its answer. Every such prayer is dictated by the Holy Spirit, and therefore finds acceptance with God. And if your cry for mercy on poor Susan's soul did not prevail with Him in her behalf, as we may hope it did, then He has answered it in some other way." These words impressed me very much. To think that every one of my poor prayers is answered! Every one! Dr. Cabot then returned to the subject of Susan's will, and in spite of all I could say to the contrary, insisted he had no legal right to this money, and that I had. He said that he hoped that it would help to relieve us from some of the petty economics now rendered necessary by Ernest's struggle to meet his father's liabilities. Instantly my idol was rudely thrown down from his pedestal. How could he reveal to Dr. Cabot a secret that he had pretended cost him so much to confide to me, his wife? I could hardly restrain tears of shame and vexation, but did control myself so far as to say that I would sooner die than appropriate Susan's hard earnings for such a purpose, and that I should use it for the poor, as I was sure he would have done. He then advised me to invest the principal, and use the interest from year to year as occasions presented themselves. So I shall have more than $100 to give away each year as long as I live. How perfectly delightful! I can hardly conceive of anything that could give me so much pleasure. Poor old Susan! How many hearts she shall cause to sing for joy! February 25. Things have not gone on well of late. Dearly as I love Ernest, he has lowered himself in my eye by telling that to Dr. Cabot. It would have been far nobler to be silent concerning his sacrifices, and he certainly grows harder, graver, sterner each day. He is all shut up within himself, and I am growing afraid of him. It must be that he is bitterly disappointed in me, and takes refuge in this awful silence. Oh, if only I could please him, and could know that I pleased him, how different my life would be! Baby does not seem well. I have often plumed myself on the thought that having a doctor for his father would be such an advantage to him, as he would be ready to attack the first symptoms of disease. But Ernest hardly listens to me when I express anxiety about this or that, and if I ask a question he replies, "Oh, you know better than I do. Mothers know by instinct how to manage babies." But I do not know by instinct or in any other way, and I often wish that the time I spent over my music had been spent in learning how to meet all the little emergencies that are constantly arising since baby came. How I used to laugh in my sleeve at those anxious mothers who lived near us and always seemed to be in hot water. Martha will take baby when I have other things to attend to, and she keeps him every Sunday afternoon that I may go to church, but she knows no more about his physical training than I do. If my dear mother were only here! I feel a great deal worn out. What with the care of baby, who is restless at night, and with whom I walk about lest he should keep Ernest awake, the depressing influence of father's presence, Martha's disdain, and Ernest's keeping so aloof from me, life seems to me little better than a burden that I have not strength to carry and would gladly lay down. March 13. If it were not for James, I believe I should sink. He is so kind and affectionate, so ready to fill up the gaps Ernest leaves empty, and is so sunshiny and gay that I cannot be entirely sad. Baby, too, is a precious treasure. It would be wicked to cloud his little life with my depression. I try to look at him always with a smiling face, for he already distinguishes between a cheerful and a sad countenance. I am sure that there is something in Christ's gospel that would soothe and sustain me amid these varied trials, if I only knew what it is and how to put forth my hand and take it. But as it is, I feel very desolate. Ernest often congratulates me on having had such a good night's rest, when I have been up and down every hour with baby, half asleep and frozen and exhausted. But he shall sleep at any rate. April 5. The first rays of spring make me more languid than ever. Martha cannot be made to understand that nursing such a large, voracious baby, losing sleep, and confinement within doors are enough to account for this. She is constantly speaking in terms of praise of those who keep up even when they do feel a little out of sorts, and says she always does. In the evening, after baby goes to sleep, I feel fit for nothing but to lie on the sofa dozing. But she sees in this only a lazy habit, which ought not to be tolerated, and is constantly devising ways to rouse and set me at work. If I had more leisure for reading, meditation, and prayer, I might still be happy. But all the morning I must have baby till he takes his nap, and as soon as he gets to sleep I must put my room in order, and by that time all the best part of the day is gone. And at night I am so tired that I can hardly feel anything but my weariness. That, too, is my only chance of seeing Ernest, and if I lock my door and fall upon my knees, I keep listening for his steps, ready to spring to welcome him should he come. This is wrong, I know, but how can I live without one loving word from him? And every day I am hoping it will come. May 2. Aunty was here to day. I had not seen her for some weeks. She exclaimed at my looks in a tone that seemed to upbraid Ernest and Martha, though of course she did not mean to do that. "You are not fit to have the whole care of that great boy at night," said she, "and you ought to begin to feed him, both for his sake and your own." "I am willing to take the child at night," Martha said, a little stiffly, "but I supposed his mother preferred to keep him herself." "And I do, I cried. "I should be perfectly miserable if I had to give him up, just as he is getting teeth and so wakeful." "What are you taking to keep up your strength, dear?" asked Aunty. "Nothing in particular," I said. "Very well, it is time the doctor looked after that," she cried. "It really never will do to let you run down in this way. Let me look at baby. Why, my child, his gums need lancing." "So I have told Ernest half a dozen times," I declared, "but he is always in a hurry, and says another time will do." "I hope baby won't have convulsions while he is waiting for that other time," said Aunty, looking almost savagely at Martha. I never saw Aunty so nearly out of humor. At dinner Martha began. "I think, brother, the baby needs attention. Mrs. Crofton has been here and says so, and she seems to find Katherine run down. I am sure if I had known it I should have taken her in hand and built her up, but she did not complain." "She never complains," father here put in, calling all the blood I had into my face, my heart so leaped for joy at his kind word. Ernest looked at me and caught the illumination on my face. "You look well, dear," he said, "but if you do not feel so, you ought to tell us. As to baby, I will attend to him directly." So Martha's one word prevailed where my 20 fell to the ground. Baby is much relieved, and has fallen into a sweet sleep, and I have had time to carry my tired, oppressed heart to my compassionate Saviour, and to tell Him what I cannot utter to any human ear. How strange it is that when, through many years of leisure and strength, prayer was only a task, it is now my chief solace, if I can only snatch time for it. Mrs. Embury has a little daughter. How glad I am for her! She is going to give it my name. That is a real pleasure. July 4. Baby is 10 months old to day, and in spite of everything is bright and well. I have come home to mother. Ernest waked up at last to see that something must be done, and when he is awake he is very wide awake. So he brought me home. Dear mother is perfectly delighted, only she will make an ado about my health. But I feel a good deal better, and think I shall get nicely rested here. How pleasant it is to feel myself watched by friendly eyes, my faults excused and forgiven, and what is best in me called out. I have been writing to Ernest, and have told him honestly how annoyed and pained I was at learning he had told his secret to Dr. Cabot. July 12. Ernest writes that he has had no communication with Dr. Cabot or any one else on a subject that, touching his father's honor as it does, he regards as a sacred one. "You say, dear," he said, "you often say that I do not understand you. Are you sure that you understand me?" Of course I don't. How can I? How can I reconcile his marrying me, and professing to do it with delight, with his indifference to my society, his reserve, his carelessness about my health? But his letters are very kind, and really warmer than he is. I can hardly wait for them. And then, though my pride bids me be reticent, as he is, my heart runs away with me, and I pour out upon him such floods of affection that I am sure he is half drowned. Mother says baby is splendid. August 1. When I took leave of Ernest I was glad to get away. I thought he would perhaps find after I was gone that he missed something out of his life, and would welcome me home with a little of the old love. But I did not dream that he would not find it easy to do without me till summer was over. And when this morning he came suddenly upon us, carpet bag in hand, I could do nothing but cry in his arms like a tired child. And now I had the silly triumph of having mother see that he loved me. "How could you get away?" I asked at last. "And what made you come? And how long can you stay?" "I could get away because I would," he replied. "And I came because I wanted to come. And I can stay 3 days. 3 days of Ernest all to myself." August 5. He has gone, but he has left behind him a happy wife with the memory of 3 happy days. After the first joy of our meeting was over, we had time for just such nice long talks as I delighted in. Ernest began by upbraiding me a little for my injustice in fancying he had betrayed his father to Dr. Cabot. "That is not all," I interrupted. "I even thought you had made a boast of the sacrifices you were making." "That explains your coldness," he returned. "My coldness? Of all the ridiculous things in the world!" I cried. "You were cold, for you, and I felt it. Don't you know that we undemonstrative men prefer loving, winsome little women like you, just because you are our own opposites? And when the pet kitten turns into a cat with claws—" "Now, Ernest, that really is too bad. To compare me to a cat!" "You certainly did say some sharp things to me about that time." "Did I really? Oh, Ernest, how could I?" And it was at a moment when I particularly needed your help. But do not let us dwell upon it. We love each other. We are both trying to do right in all the details of life. I do not think we shall ever get very far apart. But, Ernest, tell me, are you very, very much disappointed in me?" "Disappointed? Why, Katy!" "Then what makes you seem so indifferent? What made you so slow to observe how miserably I was as to health?" "Did I seem indifferent? I am sure I never loved you better. As to your health, I am ashamed of myself. I ought to have seen how feeble you were, but the truth is, I was deceived by your bright ways with baby. For him you were all smiles and gayety." "That was from principle," I said, and felt a good deal elated as I made the announcement. He fell into a fit of musing, and none of my usual devices for arousing him had any effect. I pulled his hair and his ears and shook him, but he remained unmoved. At last he began again. "Perhaps I owe it to you, dear, to tell you that when I brought my father and sister home to live with us, I did not dream how trying a thing it would be for you. I did not know that he was a confirmed invalid, or that she would prove to possess a nature so entirely antagonistic to yours. I thought my father would interest himself in reading, visiting, etc., as he used to do. And I thought Martha's judgment would be of service to you, while her household skill would relieve you of some care. But the whole thing has proved a failure. I am harassed by the sight of my father sitting there in his corner, so penetrated with gloom. I reproach myself for it, but I almost dread coming home. When a man has been all day encompassed with sounds and sights of suffering, he naturally longs for cheerful faces and cheerful voices in his own house. Then Martha's pertinacious, I won't say hostility, to my little wife, what shall I call it? It is only want of sympathy. She is too really good to be hostile to any one." "Thank you, my darling," he said. "I believe you do her justice." "I am afraid I have not been as forbearing with her as I ought," I said. "But oh, Ernest, it is because I have been jealous of her all along." "That really is too absurd." "You certainly have treated her with more deference than you have me. You looked up to her and looked down upon me. At least it seems so." "My dear child, you have misunderstood the whole thing. I gave Martha just what she wanted most. She likes to be looked up to. And I gave you what I thought you wanted most, my tenderest love. And I expected that I should have your sympathy amid the trials with which I am burdened, and that with your strong nature I might look to you to help me to bear them. I know you have the worst of it, dear child, but then you have twice my strength. I believe women almost always have more than men." "I have indeed misunderstood you. I thought you liked to have them here, and that Martha's not fancying me influenced you against me. But now I know just what you want of me, and I can give it, darling." After this all our cloud melted away. I only longed to go home and show Ernest that he shall have one cheerful face about him, and have one cheerful voice. August 12. I have had a long letter from Ernest to day. He says he hopes he has not been selfish and unkind in speaking of his father and his sister as he has done, because he truly loves and honors them both, and wants me to do so if I can. His father had called them up twice to see him die and to receive his last messages. This always happens when Ernest has been up all the previous night. There seems to be a fatality about it. End of Chapter 14. Recording by Teresa Downey. Chapter 15 of Stepping Heavenward. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Teresa Downey. Stepping Heavenward by Elizabeth Prentiss. Chapter 15. October 4th. Home again, and with my dear Ernest delighted to see me. Baby is a year old to day, and, as usual, father, who seems to abhor anything like merrymaking, took himself off to his room. To morrow he will be all the worse for it, and will be sure to have a theological battle with somebody. October 5th. That somebody was his daughter Katherine, as usual. Baby was asleep in my lap, and I reached out for a book, which proved to be a volume of Shakespeare that had done long service as an ornament to the table, but that nobody had ever read on account of the small print. The battle began thus: Father, I regret to see that worldly author in your hands, my daughter. Daughter, a little mischievously: Why, were you wanting to talk, father? No, I am too feeble to talk to day. My pulse is very weak. Let me read aloud to you, then. Not from that profane book. It would do you good. You never take any recreation. Do let me read a little. Father gets nervous. Recreation is a snare. I must keep my soul ever fixed on divine things. But can you? No, alas, no. It is my grief and shame that I do not. But if you would indulge yourself in a little harmless mirth now and then, your mind would get rested, and you would return to divine things with fresh zeal. Why should not the mind have its seasons of rest as well as the body? We shall have time to rest in heaven. Our business here on earth is to be sober and vigilant because of our adversary, not to be reading plays. I don't make reading plays my business, dear father. I make it my rest and amusement. Christians do not need amusement. They find rest, refreshment, all they want in God. Do you, father? Alas, no. He seems a great way off. To me he seems very near. So near that he can see every thought of my heart. Dear father, it is your disease that makes everything so unreal to you. God is really so near, really loves us so, is so sorry for us, and it seems hard, when you are so good and so intent on pleasing Him, that you get no comfort out of Him. I am not good, my daughter. I am a vile worm of the dust. Well, God is good at any rate, and He would never have sent His Son to die for you if He did not love you. So then I began to sing. Father likes to hear me sing, and the sweetest sense I had that all I had been saying was true, and more than true, made me sing with a joyful heart. I hope it is not a mere miserable presumption that makes me dare to talk so to poor father. Of course he is 10 times better than I am, and knows 10 times as much, but his disease, whatever it is, keeps his mind befogged. I mean to begin now to pray that light may shine into his soul. It would be delightful to see the peace of God shining in that pale, stern face. March 28th. It is almost 6 months since I wrote that. About the middle of October father had one of his ill turns one night, and we were all called up. He asked for me particularly, and Ernest came for me at last. I was a good deal agitated, and would not stop to half dress myself, and as I had a slight cold already, I suppose I added to it then. At any rate, I was taken very sick, and the worst cough I ever had has racked my poor frame almost to pieces. Nearly 6 months' confinement to my room! 6 months of uselessness, during which I have been a mere cumberer of the ground. Poor Ernest! What a hard time he has had! Instead of the cheerful welcome home I was to give him whenever he entered the house, here I have lain exhausted, woe begone, and good for nothing. It is the bitterest disappointment I ever had. My ambition is to be the sweetest, brightest, best of wives, and what with my childish follies and my sickness, what a weary life my dear husband has had. But how often I have prayed that God would do His will in defiance, if need be, of mine. I have tried to remind myself of that every day, but I am too tired to write any more now. March 30th. This experience of suffering has filled my mind with new thoughts. At one time I was so sick that Ernest sent for mother. Poor mother! She had to sleep with Martha. It was a great comfort to have her here, but I knew by her coming how sick I was, and then I began to ponder the question whether I was ready to die. Death looked to me as a most solemn, momentous event. But there was something very pleasant in the thought of being no longer a sinner, but a redeemed saint, and of dwelling forever in Christ's presence. Father came to see me when I had just reached this point. "My dear daughter," he asked, "are you prepared to face the Judge of all the earth?" "No, dear father," I said. "Christ will do that for me." "Have you no misgivings?" I could only smile. I had no strength to talk. Then I heard Ernest, my dear, calm, self controlled Ernest, burst out crying and rush out of the room. I looked after him, and how I loved him! But I felt that I loved my Saviour infinitely more, and that if He now let me come home to be with Him, I could trust Him to be 1,000-fold more to Ernest than I could ever be, and to take care of my darling baby and my precious mother far better than I could. The very gates of heaven seemed to open to let me in, and then suddenly they were shut in my face, and I found myself a poor, weak, tempted creature here upon the earth. I, who fancied myself an heir of glory, was nothing but a peevish, human creature, very human indeed, overcome if Martha shook the bed as she always did, irritated if my food did not come at the right moment, or was not of the right sort, hurt and offended if Ernest put on a tone less anxious and tender than he had used when I was very ill, and, in short, my own poor faulty self once more. Oh, what fearful battles I fought for patience, forbearance, and unselfishness! What sorrowful tears of shame I shed over hasty, impatient words and fretful tones! No wonder I longed to be gone where weakness should be swallowed up in strength, and sin gave place to eternal perfection. But here I am, and suffering and work lie before me, for which I feel little physical or mental courage. But blessed be the will of God. April 5. I was alone with father last evening, Ernest and Martha both being out, and soon saw by the way he fidgeted in his chair that he had something on his mind. So I laid down the book I was reading and asked him what it was. "My daughter," he began, "can you bear a plain word from an old man?" I felt frightened, for I knew I had been impatient to Martha of late, in spite of all my efforts to the contrary. I am still miserably unwell. "I have seen many death beds," he went on, "but I never saw one where there was not some dread of the King of Terrors exhibited, nor one where there was such absolute certainty of having found favor with God as to make the hour of departure entirely free from such doubts and such humility as becomes a guilty sinner about to face his Judge." "I never saw such a one either," I replied, "but there have been many such deaths, and I hardly know of any scene that so honors and magnifies the Lord." "Yes," he said, slowly, "but they were old, mature, ripened Christians." "Not always old, dear father. Let me describe to you a scene Ernest described to me only yesterday." He waved his hand in token that this would delay his coming to the point he was aiming at. "To speak plainly," he said, "I feel uneasy about you, my daughter. You are young, and in the bloom of life, but when death seemed to be staring you in the face, you expressed no anxiety, asked for no counsel, showed no alarm. It must be pleasant to possess so comfortable a persuasion of our acceptance with God, but is it safe to rest on such an assurance while we know that the human heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked?" "I thank you for the suggestion," I said. "And, dear father, do not be afraid to speak still more plainly. You live in the house with me, see all my shortcomings and my faults, and I cannot wonder that you think me a poor, weak Christian. But do you really fear that I am deceived in believing that, notwithstanding this, I do really love my God and Saviour, and am His child?" "No," he said, hesitating a little. "I can't say that exactly. I can't say that." This hesitation distressed me. At first it seemed to me that my life must have uttered a very uncertain sound if those who saw it could misunderstand its language. But then I reflected that it was, at best, a very faulty life, and that its springs of action were not necessarily seen by lookers on. Father saw my distress and perplexity, and seemed touched by them. Just then Ernest came in with Martha, but seeing something was amiss, the latter took herself off to her room, which I thought really kind of her. "What is it, father? What is it, Katy?" asked Ernest, looking from one troubled face to the other. I tried to explain. "I think, father, you may safely trust my wife's spiritual interests to me," Ernest said, with some warmth. "You do not understand her. I do. Because there is nothing morbid about her, because she has a sweet, cheerful confidence in Christ, you doubt and misjudge her. You may depend upon it that people are individual in their piety, as in other things, and cannot all be run in one mold. Katy has a playful way of speaking, I know, and often expresses her strongest feelings with what seems like levity, and is, perhaps, a little reckless about being misunderstood in consequence." He smiled on me as he thus took up the cudgels in my defence, and I have never felt so grateful to him in my life. The truth is, I hate sentimentalism so cordially, and have besides such an instinct to conceal my deepest, most sacred emotions, that I do not wonder people misunderstand and misjudge me. "I do not refer to her playfulness," father returned. "Old people must make allowances for the young. They must make allowances. What pains me is that this child, full of life and gayety as she is, sees death approach without that becoming awe and terror that befits mortal man." Ernest was going to reply, but I broke in eagerly upon his answer. It is true that I expressed no anxiety when I believed death to be at hand. I felt none. I had given myself away to Christ, and He had received me, and why should I be afraid to take His hand and go where He led me? And it is true that I asked for no counsel. I was too weak to ask questions, or to like to have questions asked. But my mind was bright and wide awake while my body was so feeble, and I took counsel of God. Oh, let me read to you two passages from the life of Caroline Fry that will make you understand how a poor sinner looks upon death. The first is an extract from a letter written after learning that her days on earth were numbered. "As many will hear and will not understand why I want no time of preparation, often desired by far holier ones than I tell you why, and shall tell others, and so shall you. It is not because I am so holy, but because I am so sinful. The peculiar character of my religious experience has always been a deep and agonizing sense of sin, the sin of yesterday, of to day, confessed with anguish hard to be endured, and cried for pardon that could not be unheard, each day cleansed anew in Jesus' blood, and each day more and more hateful in my own sight. What can I do in death I have not done in life? What do in this week, when I am told I cannot live, other than I did last week, when I knew it not? Alas, there is but one thing undone, to serve Him better, and the death bed is no place for that. Therefore I say, if I am not ready now, I shall not be by delay, so far as I have to do with it. If He has more to do in me, that is His part. I need not ask Him not to spoil His work by too much haste." Unquote. And these are her dying words a few days later: "This is my bridal day, the beginning of my life. I wish there should be no mistake about the reason of my desire to depart and to be with Christ. I confess myself the vilest, chiefest of sinners, and I desire to go to Him that I may be rid of the burden of sin, the sin of my nature. Not the past, repented of every day, but the present, hourly, momentary sin which I do commit, or may commit, the sense of which at times drives me half mad with grief." Unquote. I shall never forget the expression of father's face as I finished reading these remarkable words. He rose slowly from his seat, and came and kissed me on the forehead. Then he left the room, but returned with a large volume, and pointing to a blank page, requested me to copy them there. He complains that I do not write legibly, so I printed them as plainly as I could with my pen. June 20. On the 1st of May there came to us, with other spring flowers, our little fair haired, blue eyed daughter. How rich I felt when I heard Ernest's voice, as he replied to a question asked at the door, proclaim, "Mother and children all well." To think that we who thought ourselves rich before, are made so much richer now. But she is not large and vigorous as little Ernest was, and we cannot rejoice in her without some misgivings. Yet her very frailty makes her precious to us. Little Ernest hangs over her with an almost lover like pride and devotion, and should she live, I can imagine what a protector he will be for her. I have had to give up the care of him to Martha. During my illness I do not know what would have become of him but for her. One of the pleasant events of every day at that time was her bringing him to me in such exquisite order, his face shining with health and happiness, his hair and dress so beautifully neat and clean. Now that she has the care of him, she has become very fond of him, and he certainly forms one bond of union between us, for we both agree that he is the handsomest, best, most remarkable child that ever lived or ever will live. July 6. I have come home to dear mother with both my children. Ernest says our only hope for baby is to keep her out of the city during the summer months. What a petite wee maiden she is! Where does all the love come from? If I had had her always, I do not see how I could be more fond of her. And do people call it living who never had any children? July 10. If this darling baby lives, I shall always believe it is owing to my mother's prayers. I find little Ernest has a passionate temper, and a good deal of self will, but he has fine qualities. I wish he had a better mother. I am so impatient with him when he is wayward and perverse. What he needs is a firm, gentle hand, moved by no caprice and controlled by the constant fear of God. He never ought to hear an irritable word or a sharp tone, but he does hear them, I must own, with grief and shame. The truth is, it is so long since I really felt strong and well, that I am not myself, and cannot do him justice, poor child. Next to being a perfect wife, I want to be a perfect mother. How mortifying, how dreadful in all things to come short of even one's own standard! What approach, then, does one make to God's standard? Mother seems very happy to have us here, though we make so much trouble. She encourages me in all my attempts to control myself, and to control my dear little boy, and the chapters she gives me out of her own experience are as interesting as a novel, and a good deal more instructive. August. Dear Ernest has come to spend a week with us. He is all tired out, as there has been a great deal of sickness in the city, and father has had quite a serious attack. He brought with him a nurse for the baby, as one more desperate effort to strengthen her constitution. I reproached him for doing it without consulting me, but he said mother had written to tell him I was worn out and not in a state to have the care of the children. It has been a terrible blow to me. One by one I am giving up the sweetest maternal duties. God means that I shall be nothing and do nothing, a mere useless sufferer. But when I tell Ernest so, he says I am everything to him, and that God's children please Him just as well when they sit patiently with folded hands, if that is His will, as when they are hard at work. But to be at work, to be useful, to be necessary to my husband and children is just what I want. And I do find it hard to be set against the wall, as it were, like an old piece of furniture no longer of any service. I see now that my first desire has not been to please God, but to please myself, for I am restless under His restraining hand, and find my prison a very narrow one. I would be willing to bear any other trial if I could only have health and strength from my beloved ones. I pray for patience with bitter tears. End of chapter 15. Recording by Teresa Downey. Chapter 16 of Stepping Heavenward. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Teresa Downey. Stepping Heavenward by Elizabeth Prentiss. Chapter 16. October. We are all home together once more. The parting with mother was very painful. Every year that she lives now increases her loneliness, and makes me long to give her the shelter of my home. But in the midst of these anxieties, how much I have to make me happy! Little Ernest is the life and soul of the house. The sound of his feet pattering about, and all his prattle, are the sweetest music to my ear, and his heart is brimful of love and joy, so that he shines on us all like a sunbeam. Baby is improving every day, and is one of those tender, clinging things that appeal to everybody's love and sympathy. I never saw a more angelic face than hers. Father sits by the hour looking at her. To day he said, "Daughter Katherine, this lovely little one is not meant for this sinful world." "This world needs to be adorned with lovely little ones," I said, "and baby was never so well as she is now." "Do not set your heart too fondly upon her," he returned. "I feel that she is far too dear to me." "But, father, we could give her to God if He should ask for her. Surely we love Him better than we love her." But as I spoke, a sharp pang shot through and through my soul, and I held my little fair daughter closely in my arms, as if I could always keep her there. It may be conceit, but it really does seem as if poor father was getting a little fond of me. Ever since my own sickness I have felt a great deal of sympathy for him, and he feels, no doubt, that I give him something neither Ernest nor Martha can do, since they were never sick one day in their lives. I do wish he could look more at Christ, and at what He has done and is doing for us. The way of salvation is to me a wide path, absolutely radiant with the glory of Him who shines upon it. I see my shortcomings, I see my sins, but I do feel myself bathed, as it were, in the effulgent glow that proceeds directly from the throne of God and the Lamb. It seems as if I ought to have some misgivings about my salvation, but I can hardly say that I have one. How strange, how mysterious that is! And here is father, so much older, so much better than I am, creeping along in the dark. I spoke to Ernest about that. He says I owe it to my training, in great measure, and that my mother is 50 years in advance of her age. But it can't be all that. It was only after years of struggle and prayer that God gave me this joy. November 24. Ernest asked me yesterday if I knew that Amelia and her husband had come here to live, and that she was very ill. "I wish you could go see her, dear," he added. "She is a stranger here, and in great need of a friend." I felt extremely disturbed. I have lost my old affection for her, and the idea of meeting her husband was unpleasant. "Is she very sick?" I asked. "Yes, she is completely broken down. I promised her that you should go to see her." "Are you attending her?" "Yes, her husband came for me himself." "I don't want to go," I said. "It will be very disagreeable." "Yes, dear, I know it. But she needs a friend, as I said before." I put on my things very reluctantly and went. I found Amelia in a richly furnished house, but looking untidy and ill cared for. She was lying on a couch in her bedroom. 3 delicate looking children were playing about, and their nurse sat sewing at the table. A terrible fit of coughing made it impossible for her to speak for some moments. At last she recovered herself sufficiently to welcome me by throwing her arms around me and bursting into tears. "Oh, Katy," she cried, "should you have known me if we had met in the street? Don't you find me sadly altered?" "You are changed," I said, "but so am I." "Yes, you do not look strong, but then you never did. And you are as pretty as ever, while oh, Kate, do you remember what round white arms I used to have? Look at them now." and she drew up her sleeve, poor child. Just then I heard a step in the passage, and her husband sauntered into the room, smoking. "Do go away, Charles," she said, impatiently. "You know how your cigar sets me coughing." He held out his hand to me with the easy, nonchalant air of one who is accustomed to success and popularity. I looked at him with an aversion I could not conceal. The few years since we met have changed him so completely that I almost shuddered at the sight of his already bloated face and the air that told of a life worse than wasted. "Do go away, Charles," Amelia repeated. He threw himself into a chair without paying the least attention to her, and still addressing himself to me again, said, "Upon my word, you are prettier than ever, and " "I will come to see you at another time, Amelia," I said, putting all the dignity I could condense in my small frame, and rising to take leave. "Don't go, Katy," he cried, starting up. "Don't go. I want to have a good talk about old times." Katy, indeed! How dared he? I came away burning with anger and mortification. Is it possible that I ever loved such a man? That to gratify that love I defied and grieved my dear mother through a whole year? Oh, from what hopeless misery God saved me when He snatched me out of the depth of my folly! Dec. 1. Ernest says I can go to see Amelia with safety now, as her husband has sprained his ankle and keeps to his own room. So I am going. But I am sure I shall say something imprudent or unwise, and wish I could think it right to stay away. I hope God will go with me and teach me what words to speak. Dec. 2. I found Amelia more unwell than on my first visit, and she received me again with tears. "How could you come so soon?" she began. "I do not blame you for running off the other day. Charley's impertinence was shameful. He said, after you left, that he perceived you had not yet lost your quickness to take offence, but I know he felt that you showed a just displeasure and nothing more." "No, I was really angry," I replied. "I find the road to perfection lies uphill, and I slip back so often that sometimes I despair of ever reaching the top." "What does the doctor say about me?" she asked. "Does he think me very sick?" "I dare say he will tell you exactly what he thinks," I returned, "if you ask him. This is his rule with all his patients." "If I could get rid of this cough I should soon be myself again," she said. "Some days I feel quite bright and well. But if it were not for my poor little children, I should not care much how things ended. With the life Charley leads me, I haven't much to look forward to." "You forget the children's nurse is in the room," I whispered. "Oh, I don't mind Charlotte. Charlotte knows he neglects me. Don't you, Charlotte?" Charlotte was discreet enough to pretend not to hear the question, and Amelia went on. "It began very soon after we were married. He would go round with other girls exactly as he did before, and when I spoke about it, he would just laugh in his easy, good natured way, but pay no attention to my wishes. Then, when I grew more in earnest, he would say that as long as he let me alone I ought to let him alone. I thought that when our first baby came that would sober him a little, but he wanted a boy, and it turned out to be a girl. And my being unhappy and crying so much made the poor thing fretful. It kept him awake at night, so he took another room. After that I saw him less than ever, and now and then he would have a little love fit, when he would promise to be at home more and treat me with more consideration. We had 2 more girls, twins, and then a boy. Charley seemed quite fond of him, and did certainly seem improved, though he was still out a great deal with a set of idle young men, smoking, drinking wine, and I don't know what else. His uncle gave him too much money, and he had nothing to do but to spend it. "You must not tell me any more now," I said. "Wait till you are stronger." The nurse rose and gave her something that seemed to refresh her. I went to look at the little girls, who were all pretty, pale faced creatures, very quiet and mature in their ways. "I am rested now," said Amelia, "and it does me good to talk to you, because I can see you are sorry for me." "I am indeed," I cried. When our little boy was 3 months old I took this terrible cold and began to cough. Charley at first remonstrated with me for coughing so much. He said it was a habit I had got, and that I ought to cure myself of it. Then the baby began to pine and pine, and the more it wasted the more I wasted, and at last it died." Here the poor child burst out again, and I wiped away her tears as fast as they fell, thankful she could cry. "After that," she went on, after a while, "Charley seemed to lose his last particle of affection for me. He kept away more than ever, and once, when I besought him not to neglect me and my children so, he said he was well paid for not keeping up his engagement with you, that you had some strength of character, and—" "Amelia," I interrupted, "do not repeat such things. They only pain and mortify me." "Well," she sighed wearily, "this is what he has at last brought me to. I am sick and broken hearted, and care very little what becomes of me." There was a long silence. I wanted to ask her if, when earthly refuge failed her, she could not find shelter in the love of Christ. But I have what is, I fear, a morbid terror of seeking the confidence of others. I knelt down at last and kissed the poor faded face. "Yes, I knew you would feel for me," she said. "The only pleasant thought I had when Charley insisted on coming here to live was that I should see you." "Does your uncle live here too?" I asked. "Yes, he came first, and it was that put it into Charley's head to come. He is very kind to me." "Yes," I said, "and God is kind too, isn't He?" "Kind to let me get sick and disgust Charley? Now, Katy, how can you talk so?" I replied by repeating 2 lines from a hymn of which I am very fond: "O Saviour, whose mercy, severe in its kindness, hath chastened my wanderings and guided my way." "I don't much care for hymns," she said. "When one is well, and everything goes well to one's mind, it is nice to go to church and sing with the rest of them. But sick as I am, it isn't too easy to be religious." "But isn't this the very time to look to Christ for comfort?" "What's the use of looking anywhere for comfort?" she said, peevishly. "Wait till you are sick and heart broken yourself, and you'll see that you won't feel much like doing anything but just groan and cry your life out." "I have been sick, and I know what sorrow means," I said, "and I am glad that I do, for I have learned Christ in that school, and I know that He can comfort when no one else can." "You always were an odd creature," she replied. "I never pretended to understand half you said." I saw that she was tired, and came away. Oh, how I wished that I had been able to make Christ look to her as He did to me all the way home. Dec. 24. Father says he does not like Dr. Cabot's preaching. He thinks it is not doctrinal enough, and that he does not preach enough to sinners. But I can see that it has influenced him already, that he is beginning to think of God, as manifested in Christ, far more than he used to do. With me he has endless discussions on his and my favorite subjects, and though I can never tell along what path I walked to reach a certain conclusion, the earnestness of my convictions does impress him strangely. I am sure there is a great deal of conceit mixed up with all I say, and then when I compare my life with my own standard of duty, I wonder I ever dare to open my mouth and undertake to help others. Baby is not at all well. To see such a little, frail, tender thing really suffering tears my soul to pieces. I think it would distress me less to give her to God, just as she is now, a vital part of my very heart, than to see her live a mere invalid life. But I try to feel, as I know I say, Thy will be done. Little Ernest is the very picture of health and beauty. He has vitality enough for 2 children. He and his little sister will make very interesting contrasts as they grow older. His ardor and vivacity will rouse her, and her gentleness will soften him. January 1, 1841. Every day brings its own duty and its own discipline. How is it that I make such slow progress, while this is the case? It is a marvel to me why God allows characters like mine to defile His church. I can only account for it with the thought that if I ever am perfected, I shall be a great honor to His name, for surely worse material for building up a temple of the Holy Ghost was never gathered together before. The time may come when those who know me now, crude, childish, incomplete, will look upon me with amazement, saying, "What hath God wrought?" If I knew such a time would never come, I should want to flee into the holes and caves of the earth. I have everything to inspire me to devotion. My dear mother's influence is always upon me. To her I owe the habit of flying to God in every emergency, and of believing in prayer. Then I am in close fellowship with a true man and a true Christian. Ernest has nothing of my fluctuations. He is always calm and self possessed. This is partly his natural character, but he has studied the Bible more than any other book. His convictions of duty are fixed because they are drawn thence, and his constant contact with the sick and the suffering has revealed life to him just as it is. How he has helped me on! God bless him for it! Then I have James. To be with him 1/2 hour is an inspiration. He lives in such blessed communion with Christ that he is in perpetual sunshine, and his happiness fertilizes even this disordered household. There is not a soul in it that does not catch somewhat of his joyousness. And then there are my children, my darling, precious children. For their sakes I am continually constrained to seek after an amended, a sanctified life. What I want them to become I must become myself. So I enter on a new year, not knowing what it will bring forth, but surely with 1,000 reasons for thanksgiving, for joy, and for hope. January 16. One more desperate effort to make harmony out of the discords of my house, and one more failure. Ernest forgot that it was our wedding day, which mortified and pained me, especially as he had made an engagement to dine out. I am always expecting something from life that I never get. Is it so with everybody? I am very uneasy, too, about James. He seems to be growing fond of Lucy's company. I am perfectly sure that she could not make him happy. Is it possible that he does not know what a brilliant young man he is, and that he can have whom he pleases? It is easy in theory to let God plan our own destiny and that of our friends, but when it comes to a specific case, we fancy we can help His judgment with our poor reason. Well, I must go to Him with this new anxiety, and trust my darling brother's future to Him if I can. I shall try to win James' confidence. If it is not Lucy, who or what is making him thoughtful and serious, yet so wondrously happy? January 17. I have been trying to find out whether this is a mere notion of mine about Lucy. James laughs and evades my questions, but he owns that a very serious matter is occupying his thoughts, of which he does not wish to speak at present. May God bless him in it, whatever it is. May 1. My delicate little Una's first birthday. Thank God for sparing her to us a year. If He should take her away, I should still rejoice that this life was mingled with ours and has influenced us. Yes, even an unconscious infant is an ever felt influence in the household. What an amazing thought! I have given this precious little one away to her Saviour and to mine. Living or dying, she is His. December 13. Writing journals does not seem to be my mission on earth of late. My busy hands find so much else to do, and sometimes when I have been particularly exasperated and tried by the jarring elements that form my home, I have not dared to indulge myself with recording things that ought to be forgotten. How I long to live in peace with all men, and how I resent interference in the management of my children. If the time ever comes that I live, a spinster of a certain age in the family of an elder brother, what a model of forbearance, charity, and sisterly loving kindness I shall be! End of Chapter 16. Recording by Teresa Downey. Chapter 17 of Stepping Heavenward. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Recording by Teresa Downey. Stepping Heavenward by Elizabeth Prentiss. Chapter 17. January 1st, 1842. I mean to resume my journal and be more faithful to it this year. How many precious things said by dear Mrs. Campbell and others are lost forever because I did not record them at the time. I have seen her to day. At Ernest's suggestion I have let Susan Green provide her with a comfortable chair, which enables her to sit up during a part of each day. I found her in it, full of gratitude, her sweet, tranquil face shining, as it always is, with the light reflected from heaven itself. She looks like one who has had her struggle with life and conquered it. During the last year I visited her often, and gradually learned much of her past history, though she does not love to talk of herself. She has outlived her husband and a houseful of girls, and her ill health is chiefly the result of years of watching by their sick beds and grief at their loss. For she does not pretend not to grieve, but always says, "It is repining that dishonors God, not grief." I said to her to day, "Doesn't it seem hard, when you think of the many happy homes there are in the world, that you should be singled out for such bereavement and loneliness?" She replied with a smile, "I am not singled out, dear. There are thousands of God's own dear children scattered over the world suffering far more than I do, and I do not think there are many persons in it who are happier than I am. I was bound to my God and Saviour before I knew a sorrow, it is true, but it was by a chain of many links, and every link that dropped away brought me to Him, till at last, having nothing left, I was shut up to Him, and learned fully, what I had only learned partially, how soul satisfying He is." "You think, then," I said, while my heart died within me, "that husband and children are obstacles in our way, and hinder our getting near to Christ?" "Oh, no," she cried. "God never gives us hindrances. On the contrary, He means, in making us wives and mothers, to put us into the very conditions of holy living. But if we abuse His gifts by letting them take His place in our hearts, it is an act of love on His part to take them away, or to destroy our pleasure in them. It is delightful," she added, after a pause, "to know that there are some generous souls on earth who love their dear ones with all their hearts, yet give those hearts unreservedly to Christ. Mine was not one of them." I had some little service to render her that interrupted our conversation. The offices I have had to have rendered to me in my own long days of sickness have taught me to be less fastidious about waiting upon others. I am thankful that God has at last made me willing to do anything in a sick room that must be done. She thanked me as she always does, and then I said, "I have had a great many little trials, but they don't do me a bit of good, or at least I don't see that they do." "No, we never see plants growing," she said. "And do you think, then, that perhaps I am growing, though unconsciously?" "I know you are, dear child. There can't be life without growth." This comforted me. I came home, praying all the way, and striving to commit myself entirely to Him in whose school I sit as a learner. Oh, that I were a better scholar! But I do not half learn my lessons. I am heedless and inattentive, and I forget what is taught. Perhaps this is the reason that weighty truths float before my mind's eye at times, but do not fix themselves there. March 20th. I have been much impressed by Dr. Cabot's sermons to day. While I am listening to his voice and hear him speak of the beauty and desirableness of the Christian life, I feel, as he feels, that I am willing to count all things but dross that I may win Christ. But when I come home to my worldly cares I get completely absorbed in them, and it is only by a painful wrench that I force my soul back to God. Sometimes I almost envy Lucy her calm nature, which gives her so little trouble. Why need I throw my whole soul into whatever I do? Why can't I make so much as an apron for little Ernest, without the ardor and eagerness of a soldier marching to battle? I wonder if people of my temperament ever get toned down and learn to take life coolly. June 10. My dear little Una has had a long and very severe illness. It seems wonderful that she could survive such sufferings, and it is almost as wonderful that I could look upon them week after week without losing my senses. At first Ernest paid little attention to my repeated entreaties that he would prescribe for her, and some precious time was thus lost. But the moment he was fully aroused to see her danger, there was something beautiful in his devotion. He often walked the room with her by the hour together, and it was touching to see her lying like a pale, crushed lily in his strong arms. One morning she seemed almost gone, and we knelt around her with bursting hearts to commend her parting soul to Him whose arms we were about to place her. But it seemed as if all He asked of us was to come to that point, for then He gave her back to us, and she is still ours, only sevenfold dearer. I am so thankful to see dear Ernest's faith triumphing over his heart, and making him so ready to give up even this little lamb without a word. Yes, we will give our children to Him if He asks for them. He shall never have to snatch them from us by force. October 4. We have had a quiet summer in the country. That is, I have, with my darling little ones. This is the 4th birthday of our son and heir, and he has been full of health and vivacity, enjoying everything with all his heart. How he lights up our somber household! Father has been fasting to day, and is worn out and so nervous in consequence that he could not bear the sound of the children's voices. I wish, if he must fast, he would do it moderately, and do it all the time. Now he goes without food until he is ready to sink, and now he eats quantities of improper food. If Martha could only see how mischievous all this is for him! After the children had been hustled out of the way, and I had got them off to bed, he said in his most doleful manner, "I hope, my daughter, that you are faithful to your son. He has now reached the age of 4 years, and is a remarkably intelligent child. I hope you teach him that he is a sinner, and that he is in a state of condemnation." "No, father, I don't," I said. "You are all tired out, and do not know what you are saying. I would not have little Ernest hear you for the world." Poor father! He fairly groaned. "You are responsible for the child's soul," he said. "You have more influence over him than all the world beside." "I know it," I said, "and sometimes I feel ready to sink when I think of the great work God has entrusted to me. But my poor child will learn that he is a sinner only too soon, and before that dreadful day arrives, I want to fortify his soul with the only antidote against the misery that knowledge will give him. I want him to see his Redeemer in all His love and all His beauty, and to love Him with all his heart and soul and mind and strength. Dear father, pray for him, and pray for me too." "I do. I will," he said solemnly. And then followed the inevitable long fit of silent musing, when I often wonder what is passing in that suffering soul. For a sufferer he certainly is who sees a great and good and terrible God, who cannot look upon iniquity, and does not see His risen Son, who has paid the debt we owe, and lives to intercede for us before the throne of the Father. January 1, 1843. James came to me yesterday with a letter that he has been writing to mother. "I want you to read this before it goes," he said, "for you ought to know my plans as soon as mother does." I did not get time to read it till after tea. Then I came up here to my room, and sat down curious to know what was coming. Well, I thought I loved him as much as one human being could love another already. But now my heart embraced him with a fervor and delight that made me so happy that I could not speak a word when I knelt down to tell my Saviour all about it. He said that he had been led, within a few months, to make a new consecration of himself to Christ, and to Christ's cause on earth, and that this had resulted in his choosing the life of a missionary, instead of settling down, as he had intended to do, as a city physician. Such expressions of personal love to Christ and delight in the thought of serving Him I never read. I could only marvel at what God had wrought in his soul. For me to live to Christ seems natural enough, for I have been driven to Him, not only by sorrow, but by sin. Every outbreak of my hasty temper sends me weeping and penitent to the foot of the cross, and I love much because I have been forgiven much. But James, as far as I know, has never had a sorrow except my father's death, and that had no apparent religious effect. And his natural character is perfectly beautiful. He is as warm hearted and loving and simple and guileless as a child, and has nothing of my intemperance, hastiness, and quick temper. I have often thought that she would be a rare woman who could win and wear such a heart as his. Life has done little but smile upon him. He is handsome and talented and attractive. Everybody is fascinated by him. Everybody caresses him. And yet he has turned his back on the world that has dealt so kindly with him, and given himself, as Edwards says, "clean away to Christ." Oh, how thankful I am! And yet to let him go, my only brother, mother's son! But I know what she will say. She will bid him Godspeed. Ernest came upstairs looking tired and jaded. I read the letter to him. It impressed him strangely, yet he only said, "This is what we might expect who know James, dear fellow." But when we knelt down to pray together, I saw how he was touched, and how his soul kindled within him in harmony with that consecrated, devoted spirit. Dear James, it must be mother's prayers that have done him this wondrous work that is usually the slow growth of years, and this is the mother who prays for you, Katy, so take courage. January 2. James means to study theology as well as medicine, it seems. That will keep him with us for some years. Oh, is it selfish to take this view of it? Alas, the spirit is willing to have him go, but the flesh is weak and cries out. October 22. Amelia came to see me to day. She has been traveling for her health, and certainly looks much improved. "Charley and I are quite good friends again," she began. "We have jaunted about everywhere and had a delightful time. What a snug little box of a house you have!" "It is inconveniently small," I said, "for our family is large, and the doctor needs more office room." "Does he receive patients here? How horrid! Don't you hate to have people with all sorts of ills and aches in the house? It must depress your spirits." "I dare say it would if I saw them, but I never do." "I should like to see your children. Your husband says you are perfectly devoted to them." "As I suppose all mothers are," I replied, laughing. "As to that," she returned, "people differ." The children were brought down. She admired little Ernest, as everybody does, but only glanced at the baby. "What a sickly looking little thing!" she said. "But this boy is a splendid fellow. Ah, if mine had lived he would have been just such a child. But some people have all the trouble and others all the comfort. I am sure I don't know what I have done that I should have to lose my only boy and have nothing left but girls. To be sure I can afford to dress them elegantly, and as soon as they get old enough I mean to have them taught all sorts of accomplishments. You can't imagine what a relief it is to have plenty of money." "Indeed, I can't," I said. "It is quite beyond the reach of my imagination." "My uncle, that is to say, Charley's uncle, has just given me a carriage and horses for my own use. In fact, he heaps everything upon me. Where do you go to church?" I told her, reminding her that Dr. Cabot was the pastor. "Oh, I forgot. Poor Dr. Cabot! Is he as old fashioned as ever?" "I don't know what you mean," I cried. "He is as good as ever, if not better. His health is very delicate, and that is one thing that seems to be a blessing to him." "A blessing! Why, Kate Kate Elliott, I mean. It is a blessing I, for one, am very willing to dispense with. But you always do say queer things. Well, I dare say Dr. Cabot is very good and all that, but his church is not a fashionable one, and Charley and I go to Dr. Bellamy's. That is, I go once a day pretty regularly, and Charles goes when he feels like it. Good bye. I must go now. I have all my fall shopping to do. Have you done yours? Suppose you jump into the carriage and go with me. You can't imagine how it passes the morning to drive from shop to shop looking over the new goods." "There seem to be a number of things I can't imagine," I replied, dryly. "You must excuse me this morning." She took her leave. I looked at her rich dress as she gathered it about her and swept away, and recalled all her empty, frivolous talk with contempt. She and her husband, I mean, are well matched. They need their money, and their palaces, and their fine clothes, and handsome equipages, for they have nothing else. How thankful I am that I am as unlike them as X. October 30. I'm sure I don't know what I was going to say when I was interrupted just then. Something in the way of self glorification, most likely. I remember the contempt with which I looked after Amelia as she left our house, and the pinnacle on which I sat perched for some days when I compared my life with hers. Alas, it was my view of life of which I was lost in admiration, for I am sure that if I ever come under the complete domination of Christ's gospel, I shall not know the sentiment of disdain. I feel truly ashamed, and sorry that I am still so far from being penetrated with that spirit. My pride has had a terrible fall. As I sat on my throne, looking down on all the Amelias in the world, I felt a profound pity at their delight in petty trifles, their love of position, of mere worldly show and passing vanities. They are all alike, I said to myself. They are incapable of understanding a character like mine, or the exalted, ennobling principles that govern me. They crave the applause of this world. They are satisfied with fine clothes, fine houses, fine equipages. They think and talk of nothing else. I have not one idea in common with them. I see the emptiness and hollowness of these things. I am absolutely unworldly. My ambition is to attain whatever they, in their blind folly and ignorance, absolutely despise. Thus communing with myself, I was not a little pleased to hear Dr. Cabot and his wife announced. I hastened to meet them, and to display to them the virtues I so admired in myself. They had hardly chance to utter a word. I spoke eloquently of my contempt for worldly vanities, and of my enthusiastic longing for a higher life. I even went into particulars about the foibles of some of my acquaintances, though faint misgivings as to the propriety of such remarks on the absent made me half repent the words I still kept uttering. When they took leave, I rushed to my room with my heart beating, my cheeks all in a glow, and caught up and caressed the children in a way that seemed to astonish them. Then I took my work and sat down to sew. What a horrible reaction now took place! I saw my refined, subtle, disgusting pride, just as I supposed Dr. Cabot and Mrs. Cabot saw it. I sat covered with confusion, shocked at myself, shocked at the weakness of human nature. Oh, to get back the good opinion of my friends! To recover my own self-respect! But this was impossible. I threw down my work and walked about my room. There was a terrible struggle in my soul. I saw that instead of brooding over the display I had made of myself to Dr. Cabot, I ought to be thinking solely of my appearance in the sight of God, who could see far more plainly than any earthly eye could all my miserable pride and self-conceit. But I could not do that, and chafed about till I was worn out, body and soul. At last I sent the children away, and knelt down and told the whole story to Him who knew what I was when He had compassion on me, called me by my name, and made me His own child. And here I found a certain peace. Christian, on his way to the celestial city, met and fought his Apollyons and his giants too. But he got there at last. End of chapter 17. Recording by Teresa Downey. Chapter 18 of Stepping Heavenward. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Teresa Downey. Chapter 18 of Stepping Heavenward by Elizabeth Prentiss. November. This morning Ernest received an early summons to Amelia. I got out all manner of patience with him because he would take his bath and eat his breakfast before he went, and should have driven any one else distracted by my hurry and flurry. "She has had a hemorrhage," I cried. "Do, Ernest, make haste." "Of course," he returned. "That would come sooner or later." "You don't mean," I said, "that she has been in danger of this all along?" "I certainly do." "Then it was very unkind in you not to tell me so." "I told you at the outset that her lungs were diseased." "No, you told me no such thing. Oh, Ernest, is she going to die?" "I did not know that you were so fond of her," he said, apologetically. "It is not that," I cried. "I am distressed at the thought of the worldly life she has been living, at my never trying to influence her for her good. If she is in danger, you will tell her so? Promise me that." "I must see her before I make such a promise," he said, and went out. I flew up to my room and threw myself on my knees, sorrowful, self condemned. I had thrown away my last opportunity of speaking a word to her in season, though I had seen how much she needed one, and now she was going to die. Oh, I hope God will forgive me, and hear the prayers that I have offered for her. Evening. Ernest says he has had a most distressing scene at Amelia's this morning. She insisted on knowing what he thought of her, and then burst out bitter complaints and lamentations, charging it to husband that she had this disease, declaring that she could not and would not die, and insisting that he must prevent it. Her uncle urged for a consultation of physicians, to which Ernest consented, of course, though he says no mortal power can save her now. I asked him how her husband appeared, to which he made the evasive answer that he appeared just as one would expect him to do. December. Amelia was so determined to see me that Ernest thought it best for me to go. I found her looking very feeble. "Oh, Katy," she began at once, "do make the doctor say that I shall get well." "I wish he could say so with truth," I answered. "Dear Amelia, try to think how happy God's own children are when they are with Him." "I can't think," she replied. "I do not want to think. I want to forget all about it. If it were not for this terrible cough, I could forget it, for I am really a great deal better than I was a month ago." I did not know what to say, or what to do. "May I read a hymn or a few verses from the Bible?" I asked at last. "Just as you like," she said, indifferently. I read a verse now and then, but she looked tired, and I prepared to go. "Don't go," she cried. "I do not dare be alone. Oh, what a terrible, terrible thing it is to die! To leave this bright, beautiful world, and be nailed up in a coffin and buried in a cold, dark grave." "Nay," I said, "to leave this poor, sick body there, and to fly to a world 10,000 times brighter, more beautiful than this." "I had just got to feeling nearly well," she said, "and I had everything I wanted, and Charley was quite good to me, and I kept my little girls looking like fairies just from fairyland. Everybody said they wore the most picturesque costumes when they were dressed according to my taste. And I have got to go and leave them, and Charley will be marrying some one else, and saying to her all the nice things he has said to me." "I really must go now," I said. "You are wearing yourself all out." "I declare you are crying!" she exclaimed. "You do pity me after all?" "Indeed I do," I said, and came away heartsick. Ernest says there is nothing I can do for her now but to pray for her, since she does not really believe herself in danger, and has a vague feeling that if she can once convince him how much she wants to live, he will use some vigorous measures to restore her. Martha is to watch with her to night. Ernest will not let me. January 18, 1843. Our wedding day has passed unobserved. Amelia's suffering condition absorbs us all. Martha spends much time with her, and prepares almost all the food she eats. January 20. I have seen poor Amelia once more, and perhaps for the last time. She has failed rapidly of late, and Ernest says may drop away at almost any time. When I went in, she took me by the hand, and with great difficulty and at intervals said something like this: "I have made up my mind to it, and I know it must come. I want to see Dr. Cabot. Do you think he would be willing to visit me, after my neglecting him so?" "I'm sure he would," I cried. "I want to ask him if he thinks I was a Christian at that time, you know when. If I was, then I need not be so afraid to die." "But, dear Amelia, what he thinks is very little to the purpose. The question is not whether you ever gave yourself to God, but whether you are His now. But I ought not to talk to you. Dr. Cabot will know just what to say." "No, but I want to know what you thought about it." I felt distressed, as I looked at her wasted, dying figure, to be called on to help decide such a question. But I knew what I ought to say, and said it. "Don't look back to the past. It is useless. Give yourself to Christ now." She shook her head. "I don't know how," she said. "Oh, Katy, pray to God to let me live long enough to get ready to die. I have led a worldly life. I shudder at the bare thought of dying. I must have time." "Don't wait for time," I said, with tears. "Get ready now, this minute. 1,000 years would not make you more fit to die." So I came away weary and heavy laden. On the way home I stopped to tell Dr. Cabot all about it, and by this time he is with her. March 1. Poor Amelia's short race on earth is over. Dr. Cabot saw her every few days, and says he hopes she did depart in Christian faith, though without Christian joy. I have not seen her since that last interview. That excited me so that Ernest would not let me go again. Martha has been there nearly the whole time for 3 or 4 weeks, and I really think it has done her good. She seems less absorbed in mere outside things, and more lenient toward me and my failings. I do not know what is to become of those motherless little girls. I wish I could take them into my own home, but of course that is not even to be thought of at this juncture. Ernest says their father seemed nearly distracted when Amelia died, and that his uncle is going to send him off to Europe immediately. I have been talking with Ernest about Amelia. "What do you think," I asked, "about her last days on earth? Was there really any preparation for death?" "These scenes are very painful," he returned. "Of course there is but one real preparation for Christian dying, and that is Christian living." "But the sick room often does what a prosperous life never did." "Not often. Sick persons delude themselves, or are deluded by their friends. They do not believe they are really about to die. Besides, they are bewildered and exhausted by disease, and what mental strength they have is occupied with studying symptoms, watching for the doctor, and the like. I do not now recall a single instance where a worldly Christian died a happy, joyful death in all my practice." "Well, in one sense it makes no difference whether they die happily or not. The question is, do they die in the Lord?" "It may make no vital difference to them. But we must not forget that God is honored or dishonored by the way a Christian dies, as well as by the way in which he lives. There is great significance in the description given in the Bible of the death by which John should glorify God. To my mind it implies that to die well is to live well." "But how many thousands die suddenly, or of such exhausting disease that they cannot honor God by even one feeble word?" "Of course I do not refer to such cases. All I ask is that those whose minds are clear, who are able to attend to all other final details, should let it be seen what the gospel of Christ can do for poor sinners in the great exigencies of life, giving Him the glory. I can tell you, my darling, that standing as I so often do by dying beds, this whole subject has become one of great magnitude to my mind, and it gives me positive personal pain to see heirs of the eternal kingdom, made such by the ignominious death of their Lord, go shrinking and weeping to the full possession of their inheritance. Ernest is right, I am sure, but how shall the world, even the Christian world, be convinced that it may have blessed foretastes of heaven while yet plodding upon earth, and faith to go thither joyfully for the simple asking. Poor Amelia! But she understands it all now. It is a blessed thing to have this great faith, and it is a blessed thing to have a Saviour who accepts when it is but a mere grain of mustard seed. May 24. I celebrated my little Una's 3rd birthday by presenting her with a new brother. Both the children welcomed him with delight that was of itself compensation enough for all it cost me to get up such a celebration. Martha takes a most prosaic view of this proceeding, in which she detects malice prepense on my part. She says I shall now have 1 mouth the more to fill, and 2 feet the more to shoe, more disturbed nights, more laborious days, less leisure or visiting, reading, music, and drawing. Well, this is one side of the story, to be sure, but I look at the other. Here is a sweet, fragrant mouth to kiss. Here are 2 more feet to make music with their pattering about my nursery. Here is a soul to train for God, and the body in which it dwells is worthy of all it will cost, since it is the abode of a kingly tenant. I may see less of friends, but I have gained one dearer than them all, to whom, while I minister in Christ's name, I make a willing sacrifice of what little leisure for my own recreation my other darlings had left me. Yes, my precious baby, you are welcome to your mother's heart. Welcome to her time, her strength, her health, her tenderest cares, to her lifelong prayers. Oh, how rich I am! How truly, how wondrously blessed! June 5. We begin to be woefully crowded. We need a larger house, or a smaller household. I am afraid I secretly, down at the bottom of my heart, wish Martha and her father could give place to my little ones. May God forgive me if this is so. It is a poor time for such emotions, when He has just given me another darling child for whom I have as rich and ample a love as if I had spent no affection on the other twain. I have made myself especially kind to poor father and to Martha, lest they should perceive how inconvenient it is to have them here and be pained by it. I would not for the world despoil them of what little satisfaction they may derive from living with us. But oh, I'm so selfish, and it is so hard to practice the very law of love I preach to my children. Yet I want this law to rule and reign in my home, that it may be a little heaven below, and I will not, no, I will not cease praying that it may be made such, no matter what it costs me. Poor father! Poor old man! I will try to make your home so sweet and homelike to you that when you change it for heaven, it shall be but a transition from one bliss to a higher. Evening. Soon after writing that, I went down to see father, whom I have had to neglect of late. Baby has so used up both time and strength. I found him and Martha engaged in what seemed to be an exciting debate, as Martha had a fiery little red spot on each cheek, and was knitting furiously. I was about to retreat, when she got up in a flurried way, and went off, saying as she went, "You tell her, father. I can't." I went up to him tenderly and took his hand. Ah, how gentle and loving we are when we have just been speaking to God! "What is it, dear father?" I asked. "Is anything troubling you?" "She is going to be married," he replied. "Oh, father!" I cried. "How nice, I was going to say, but stopped just in time. All my abominable selfishness that I thought I had left at my Master's feet 10 minutes before, now came trooping back in full force. She's going to be married. She'll go away, and will take her father to live with her. I can have room for my children, and room for mother. Every element of discord will now leave my home, and Ernest will see what I really am." These were the thoughts that rushed through my mind and that illuminated my face. "Does Ernest know?" I asked. "Yes, Ernest has known it for some weeks." Then I felt injured, and inwardly accused Ernest of unkindness in keeping so important a fact a secret. But when I went back to my children, vexation with him took flight at once. The coming of each new child strengthens and deepens my desire to be what I would have it become, makes my faults more odious in my eyes, and elevates my whole character. What a blessed discipline of joy and of pain my married life has been! How thankful I am to reap its fruits even while pricked by its thorns! JUNE 21. It seems that the happy man who has wooed Martha and won her is no less a personage than old Mr. Underhill. His ideal of a woman is one who has no nerves, no sentiment, no backaches, no headaches, who will see that the wheels of his household machinery are kept well oiled, so that he never has to hear them creak, and who, in addition to her other accomplishments, believes in him and will be kind enough to live forever for his private accommodation. This expose of his sentiments he has made to me in a loud, cheerful, pompous way, and he has also favored me with a description of his first wife, who lacked all these qualifications, and was obliging enough to depart in peace at an early stage in their married life, meekly preferring thus to make way for a worthier successor. Mr. Underhill, with all his foibles, however, is on the whole a good man. He intends to take Amelia's little girls into his home and be a father, as Martha will be a mother to them. For this reason he hurries on the marriage, after which they will all go at once to his country seat, which is easy of access, and which he says he is sure father will enjoy. Poor old father! I hope he will. But when the subject is alluded to, he maintains a sombre silence, and it seems to me he never spent so many days alone in his room, brooding over his misery as he has of late. Oh, that I could comfort him! July 12. The marriage was appointed for the 1st of the month, as old Mr. Underhill wanted to get out of town before the 4th. As the time drew near, Martha began to pack father's trunk as well as her own, and brush in and out of his room till he had no rest for the sole of his foot, and seemed as forlorn as a pelican in the wilderness. I know no more striking picture of desolation than that presented by one of these quaint birds, standing upon a single leg, feeling, as the story has it, "den Jammer und das Elend der Welt." On the last evening in June we all sat together on the piazza, enjoying, each in our own way, a refreshing breeze that had sprung up after a sultry day. Father was quieter than usual, and seemed very languid. Ernest, who, out of regard to Martha's last evening at home, had joined our little circle, observed this, and said, cheerfully, "You will feel better as soon as you are once more out of the city, father." Father made no reply for some minutes, and when he did speak we were all startled to find his voice trembled as if he were shedding tears. We could not understand what he said. I went to him and made him lean his head upon me as he often did when it ached. He took my hand in both his. "You do love the old man a little?" he asked, in the same tremulous voice. "Indeed I do!" I cried, greatly touched by his helpless appeal. "I love you dearly, father, and I shall miss you sadly." "Must I go away, then?" he whispered. "Can I not stay here till my summons hence? It will not be long, it will not be long, my child." With the cry of a hurt animal, Martha sprang up and rushed past us into the house. Ernest followed her, and we heard them talking together a long time. At last Ernest joined us. "Father," he said, "Martha is a good deal wounded and disappointed at your reluctance to go with her. She threatens to break off the engagement rather than to be separated from you. I really think you would be better off with her than with us. You would enjoy country life, because it is what you have been accustomed to. You could spend hours of every day in driving about, just what your health requires." Father did not reply. He took Ernest's arm and tottered into the house. Then we had a most painful scene. Martha reminded him with bitter tears that her mother had committed him to her with her last breath, and set before him all the advantages he would have in her house over ours. Father sat pale and inflexible, tear after tear rolling down his cheeks. Ernest looked distressed and ready to sink. As for me, I cried with Martha and with her father by turns, and clung to Ernest with a feeling that all the foundations of the earth were giving way. It came time for evening prayers, and Ernest prayed as he rarely does, for he is rarely moved. He quieted us all by a few simple words of appeal to Him who loved us, and father then consented to spend the summer with Martha, if he might call our home his home, and be with us through the winter. But this was not till long after the rest of us went to bed, and hard battle with Ernest. He says Ernest is his favorite child, and that I am his favorite daughter, and our children inexpressibly dear to him. I am ashamed to write down what he said of me. Besides, I am sure there is a wicked, wicked triumph over Martha in my secret heart. I am too elated with his extraordinary preference for us to sympathize with her mortification and grief as I ought. Something whispered that she who has never pitied me deserves no pity now. But I do not like this mean and narrow spirit in myself. Nay, more, I hate and abhor it. The marriage took place, and they went off together. Father's rigid, white face whiter, more rigid than ever. I am to go to mother's with the children at once. I feel that a great stone has been rolled away from before the door of my heart. The one human being who refused me a kindly smile, a sympathizing word, has gone, never to return. May God go with her and give her a happy home, and make her true and loving to those motherless little ones. End of chapter 18. Recording by Teresa Downey. Chapter 19 of Stepping Heavenward. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Stepping Heavenward by Elizabeth Prentiss. Chapter 19. October 1st. I have had a charming summer with dear mother, and now I have the great joy, so long deferred, of having her in my own home. Ernest has been very cordial about it, and James has settled up all her worldly affairs, so that she has nothing to do now but to love us and let us love her. It is a pleasant picture to see her with my little darlings about her, telling the old sweet story she told me so often, and making God and heaven and Christ such blissful realities. As I listen, I realize that it is to her I owe that early, deep-seated longing to please the Lord Jesus, which I never remember as having a beginning or an ending, though it did have its fluctuations. And it is another pleasant picture to see her sit in her own old chair, which Ernest was thoughtful enough to have brought for her, pondering cheerfully over her Bible and her Thomas à Kempis, just as I have seen her do ever since I can remember. And there is still a third pleasant picture, only that is a new one. It is as she sits at my right hand at the table, the living personification of the blessed gospel of good tidings, with father opposite, the fading image of the law given by Moses. For father has come back, father and all his ailments, his pill boxes, his fits of despair, and his fits of dying. But he is quiet and gentle and even loving, and as he sits in his corner, his Bible on his knees, I see how much more he reads the New Testament than he used to do, and that the 14th chapter of St. John almost opens to him of itself. I must do Martha the justice to say that her absence, while it increases my domestic peace and happiness, increases my cares also. What with the children, the housekeeping, the thought for mother's little comforts, and the concern for father's, I am like a bit of chaff driven before the wind, and always in a hurry. There are so many stitches to be taken, so many things to pass through one's brain. Mother says no mortal woman ought to undertake so much, but what can I do? While Ernest is straining every nerve to pay off those debts, I must do all the needlework, and we must get along with servants whose want of skill makes them willing to put up with low wages. Of course I cannot tell mother this, and I really believe she thinks I scrimp and pinch and overdo out of mere stinginess. December 30th. Ernest came to me to-day with our accounts for the last 3 months. He looked quite worried for him, and asked if there were any expenses we could cut down. My heart jumped into my mouth, and I said, in an irritated way, I am killing myself with overwork now. Mother says so. I sew every night till 12 o'clock, and I feel all jaded out. I did not mean that I wanted you to do any more than you are doing now, dear. he said, kindly. I know you are all jaded out, and I look on this state of feverish activity with great anxiety. Are all these stitches absolutely necessary?" "You men know nothing about such things," I said, while my conscience pricked me as I went on hurrying to finish the fifth tuck in one of Una's little dresses. "Of course I want my children to look decent." Ernest sighed. "I really don't know what to do," he said, in a hopeless way. "Father's persisting in living with us is throwing a burden on you that, with all your other cares, is quite too much for you. I see and feel it every day. Don't you think I had better explain this to him, and let him go to Martha's?" "No, indeed," I said. "He shall stay here if it kills me, poor old man." Ernest began once more to look over the bills. "I don't know why it is," he said, "but since Martha left us our expenses have increased a good deal. Now the truth is that when Aunty paid me most generously for teaching her children, I did not dare to offer my earnings to Ernest, lest he should be annoyed. So I had quietly used it for household expenses, and it had held out till the time of Martha's marriage. Ernest's injustice was just as painful, just as insufferable, as if he had known this, and I now burst out with whatever my rasped, overtasked nerves impelled me to say, like one possessed. Ernest was annoyed and surprised. "I thought we had done with these things," he said, and gathered up the papers and went off. I rose and locked my door, and threw myself down upon the floor in an agony of shame, anger, and physical exhaustion. I did not know how large a part of what seemed mere childish ill temper was really the cry of exasperated nerves that had been on too strained attention and silent too long. And Ernest did not know it either. How could he? His profession kept him for hours every day in the open air, and there were times when his work was done, and he could take entire rest, and his health is absolutely perfect. But I did not make any excuse for myself at the moment. I was overwhelmed with the sense of my utter unfitness to be a wife and mother. Then I heard Ernest try to open the door, and finding it locked, he knocked, calling pleasantly, "It is I, darling. Let me in." I opened it reluctantly enough. "Come," he said, "put on your things and drive about with me on my rounds. I have no long visits to make, and while I am seeing my patients you will be getting the air which you need." "I do not want to go," I said. "I do not feel well enough. Besides, there's my work." "You can't see to sew with these red eyes," he declared. "Come, I prescribe a drive as your physician." "Oh, Ernest, how kind, how forgiving you are!" I cried, running into the arms he held out to me. "If you knew how ashamed, how sorry I am!" "And if you only knew how ashamed and sorry I am," he returned. "I ought to have seen how you were taxing and overtaxing yourself, doing your own work and Martha's too. It must not go on so." By this time, with a veil over my face, he had got me downstairs and out into the air, which fanned my fiery cheeks and cooled my heated brain. It seemed to me that I have had all this tempest about nothing at all, and that with a character still so undisciplined I was utterly unworthy to be either a wife or mother. But when I tried to say so in broken words, Ernest comforted me with the gentleness and tenderness of a woman. "Your character is not undisciplined, my darling," he said. "Your nervous organization is very peculiar, and you have had unusual cares and trials from the beginning of our married life. I ought not to have confronted you with my father's debts at a moment when you had every reason to look forward to freedom from most petty economies and cares." "Don't say so," I interrupted. "If you had not told me you had this draft on your resources, I should have always suspected you of meanness. For you know, dear, you have kept me, that is to say, well, you could not help it, but I suppose men can't understand how many demands are made upon a mother for money almost every day. I got along very well till the children came, but since then it has been very hard." "Yes," he said, "I am sure it has. But let me finish what I was going to say. I want you to make a distinction for yourself, which I make for you, between mere ill temper and the irritability that is the result of a goaded state of the nerves. Until you do that, nothing can be done to relieve you from what I am sure distresses and grieves you exceedingly. Now, I suppose that whenever you speak to me or the children in this irritated way, you lose your own self respect for the time, at least, and feel degraded in the sight of God also. Oh, Ernest, there are no words in any language that mean enough to express the anguish I feel when I speak quick, impatient words to you, the one human being in the universe whom I love with all my heart and soul, and to my darling little children who are almost as dear. I pray and I mourn over it day and night. God only knows how I hate myself on account of this one horrible sin. It is a sin only as you deliberately and wilfully fulfill the conditions that lead to such results. Now I am sure if you could once make up your mind, in the fear of God, never to undertake more work of any sort, then you can carry on calmly, quietly, without hurry or flurry, and the instant you find yourself growing nervous, and like one out of breath, would stop and take a breath, you would find this simple, common sense rule doing for you what no prayers or tears could ever accomplish. Will you try it for 1 month, my darling? But we can't afford it, I cried, with almost a groan. Why, you have told me this very day that our expenses must be cut down, and now you want me to add to them by doing less work. But the work must be done. The children must be clothed. There is no end to the stitches to be taken for them. And your stockings must be mended. You make enormous holes in them. And you don't like it if you ever find a button wanting to a shirt, or your supply of shirts getting low. All you say may be very true, he returned, but I am determined that you shall not be driven to desperation as you have been of late. By this time we had reached the house where his visit was to be made, and I had nothing to do but lean back and revolve all he had been saying over and over again, and to see its reasonableness, while I could not see what was to be done for my relief. Ah, I have often felt, in moments of bitter grief at my impatience with my children, that perhaps God pitied more than He blamed me for it. And now my husband was doing the same. When Ernest had finished his visit, we drove on again in silence. At last I asked, "Do tell me, Ernest, if you worked out the problem all by yourself?" He smiled a little. "No, I did not. But I have had a patient for 2 or 3 years whose case has interested me a good deal, and for whom I finally prescribed just as I have done for you. The thing worked like a charm, and she is now physically and morally quite well." "I dare say her husband is a rich man," I said. "He is not as poor as your husband, at any rate," Ernest replied. "But rich or poor, I am determined not to sit looking on while you exert yourself so far beyond your strength. Just think, dear, suppose for $50 or $100 or $200 a year you could buy a sweet, cheerful, quiet tone of mind, would you hesitate one moment to do so? And you can do it if you will. You are not ill-tempered, but quick-tempered. The irritability that annoys you so is a physical infirmity that will disappear the moment you cease to be goaded into it by the exacting mistress you have hitherto been to yourself." All of this sounded very plausible while Ernest was talking, but the moment I got home I snatched up my work from mere force of habit. "I may as well finish this as it is begun," I said to myself, and the stitches flew from my needle like sparks of fire. Little Ernest came and begged for a story, but I put him off. Then Una wanted to sit on my lap, but I told her I was too busy. In the course of an hour the influence of the fresh air and Ernest's talk had nearly lost their power over me. My thread kept breaking, the children leaned on and tired me, the baby woke and cried, and I got all out of patience. "Do go away, Ernest," I said, "and let mamma have a little peace. Don't you see how busy I am? Go and play with Una like a good boy." But he would not go, and kept teasing Una till she, too, began to cry, and she and baby made a regular concert of it. "Oh, dear!" I sighed. "This work will never be done." And I threw it down impatiently, and took the baby impatiently, and began to walk up and down with him impatiently. I was not willing that this little darling, whom I loved so dearly, should get through with his nap and interrupt my work. Yet I was displeased with myself, and tried, by kissing him, to make some amends for the hasty, unpleasant tones with which I had grieved him and frightened the other children. This evening Ernest came to me with a larger sum of money than he had ever given me at one time. "Now, every cent of this is to be spent," he said, "in having work done. I know any number of poor women who will be thankful to have all you can give them." Dear me! It is easy to talk, and I do feel grateful to Ernest for his thoughtfulness and kindness. But I am almost in rags, and need every cent of this money to make myself decent. I am positively ashamed to go anywhere, my clothes are so shabby. Besides, supposing I leave off sewing, and all sorts of overdoing in a kindred nature, I must still nurse my baby, I suppose, and be up with him nights, and the others will have their cross days and their sick days, and father will have his. Alas, there can be for me no royal road to a "sweet, cheerful, quiet tone of mind." January 1, 1844. My mother says Ernest is entirely right in forbidding me working so hard. I must own that I already feel better. I have had the time I need to read my Bible and to pray now, and the children do not irritate and annoy me as they did. Who knows but I shall yet become quite amiable? Ernest made his father very happy to day by telling him that the last of those wretched debts is paid. I think that he might have told me that this deliverance was at hand. I did not know but we had years of these struggles with poverty before us. What with the relief from this anxiety, my improved state of health, and father's pleasure, I am in splendid spirits to day. Ernest, too, seems wonderfully cheerful. We both feel that we may now look forward to a quiet happiness we have never known. With such a husband and such children as mine, I ought to be the most grateful creature on earth. And I have dear mother and James besides. I don't quite know what to think about James' relation to Lucy. He is so brimful and running over with happiness that he is also full of fun and love, and after all he may only like her as a cousin. February 14. Father has not been well of late. It seems as if he kept up until he was relieved about those debts, then sunk down. I read to him a good deal, and so does mother, but his mind is still dark, and he looks forward to the hour of death with painful misgivings. He is getting a little childish about my leaving him, and clings to me exactly as if I were his own child. Martha spends a good deal of time with him, and fusses over him in a way that I wonder she does not see is annoying him. He wants to be read to hear a hymn sung, or a verse repeated, and to be left otherwise in perfect quiet. But she is continually pulling out and shaking up his pillows, bathing his head in hot vinegar and soaking his feet. It looks so odd to see her in one of the elegant silk dresses old Mr. Underhill makes her wear, with her sleeves rolled up, the skirt hid away under a large apron, rubbing away at poor father till it seems as if his tired soul would fly out of him. February 20. Father grows weaker every day. Ernest has sent for his other children, John and Helen. Martha is no longer able to come here. Her husband is very sick with a fever, and cannot be left alone. No doubt he enjoys her bustling way of nursing, and likes to have his pillows pushed from under him every 5 minutes. I am afraid I feel glad that she is kept away, and that I have father all to myself. Ernest never was so fond of me as he is now. I don't know what to make of it. February 22. John and his wife and Helen have come. They stay at Martha's, where there is plenty of room. John's wife is a little soft dumpling of a thing, and looks up to him as a mouse would look up at a steeple. He strikes me as a very selfish man. He steers straight for the best seat, leaving her standing if need be, accepts her humble attentions with the air of one collecting his just debts, and is continually snubbing and setting her right. Yet in some things he is very like Ernest, and perhaps a wife destitute of self-assertion and without much individuality would have spoiled him as Harriet has spoiled John. for I think it must be partly her fault that he dares to be so egotistical. Helen is the dearest, prettiest creature I ever saw. Oh, why would James take a fancy to Lucy? I feel that new delight of having a sister to love and to admire, and she will love me in time. I feel sure of it. March 1. Father is very feeble and in great mental distress. He gropes about in the dark and shudders at the approach of death. We can do nothing but pray for him, and the cloud will be lifted when he leaves this world, if not before. For I know he is a good, yes, saintly man, dear to God and dear to Christ. March 4. Dear father has gone. We were all kneeling and praying and weeping around him, when suddenly he called me to come to him. I went and let him lean his head on my breast as he loved to do. Sometimes I have stood so by the hour together, ready to sink with fatigue, and only kept up with the thought that if this were my own precious father's bruised head, I could stand and hold it forever. "Daughter Katherine," he said in his faint, tremulous way, "you have come with me to the very brink of the river. I thank God for all your cheering words and ways. I thank God for giving you to be a helpmeet to my son. Farewell now," he added in a low, firm voice. "I feel the bottom, and it is good." He lay back on his pillow, looking upward, with an expression of seraphic peace and joy on his worn, meagre face, and so his life passed gently away. Oh, the affluence of God's payments! What a recompense for the poor love I had given my husband's father, and the poor little services I had rendered him! Oh, that I have never been impatient with him, never smiled at his peculiarities, never in my secret heart felt him unwelcome to my home! And how wholly I overlooked, in my blind selfishness, what he must have suffered in feeling himself homeless, dwelling with us on sufferance, but master and head nowhere on earth! May God carry these lessons home to my heart of hearts, and make this cloud of mingled remorse and shame that now envelops me to descend in showers of love and benediction on every human soul that mine can bless. End of Chapter 19. Recording by Teresa Downey. Chapter 20 of Stepping Heavenward. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Recording by Teresa Downey. Stepping Heavenward by Elizabeth Prentiss. Chapter 20. April. I have had a new lesson that has almost broken my heart. In looking over his father's papers, Ernest found a little journal, brief in its records indeed, but we learned from it that on all those weddings and birthdays, when I fancied his austere religion made him hold aloof from our merrymaking, he was spending the time in fasting and praying for us and our children. Oh, shall I ever learn the sweet charity that thinketh no evil, and believeth all things? What blessings may not have descended upon us and our children through those prayers! What evils may they not have warded off! Dear old father! Oh, that I could once more put my loving arms about him and bid him welcome to our home! And how gladly I would now confess to him all my unjust judgments concerning him, and entreat his forgiveness. Must life always go on thus? Must I always be erring, ignorant, and blind? How I hate this arrogant sweeping past my brother man, this utter ignoring of his hidden life! I see now that it is well for mother that she did not come to live with me at the beginning of my married life. I should not have borne with her little peculiarities, nor have made her half so happy as I can now. I thank God that my varied disappointments and discomforts, my feeble health, my poverty, my mortifications, have done me some little good, and driven me to him 1,000 times, because I could not get along without his help. But I am not satisfied with my state in his sight. I am sure something is lacking, though I know not what it is. May. Helen is going to stay here and live with Martha. How glad, how enchanted I am! Old Mr. Underhill is getting well. I saw him to day. He can talk of nothing but his illness, of Martha's wonderful skill in nursing him, declaring that he owed his life to her. I felt a little piqued at this speech, because Ernest was very attentive to him, and no doubt did his share toward the cure. We have fitted up father's room for a nursery. Hitherto all the children have had to sleep in our room, which has been bad for them and bad for us. I have been so afraid that they would keep Ernest awake if they were unwell and restless. I have secured an excellent nurse, who is as fresh and blooming as the flower whose name she bears. The children are already attached to her, and I feel that the worst of my life is now over. June. Little Ernest was taken sick on the day I wrote that. The attack was fearfully sudden and violent. He is still very, very ill. I have not forgotten that I said once that I would give my children to God, should He ask for them. But oh, this agony of suspense! It eats into my soul and eats it away. Oh, my little Ernest, my firstborn son, my pride, my joy, my hope, and I thought the worst of my life was over. August. We have come into the country with what God has left us, our two youngest children. Yes, I have tasted the bitter cup of bereavement and drunk it down to its dregs. I gave my darling to God. I gave him. But oh, with what anguish I saw those round dimpled limbs wither, waste away, and the glad smile fade forever from that beautiful face. What a fearful thing it is to be a mother! But I have given my child to God. I would not recall him if I could. I am thankful He has counted me worthy to present Him so costly a gift. I cannot shed a tear, and I must find relief in writing, or I shall lose my senses. My noble, beautiful boy, my firstborn son! And to think that my delicate little Una still lives, and that death has claimed that bright, glad creature who was the sunshine of our home. But let me not forget my mercies. Let me not forget that I have a precious husband and two darling children, and my kind, sympathizing mother still left to me. Let me not forget how many kind friends gathered about us in our sorrow. Above all, let me remember God's loving kindness and tender mercy. He has not left us to the bitterness of a grief that refuses and disdains to be comforted. We believe in Him, we love Him, we worship Him as we never did before. My dear Ernest has felt this sorrow to his heart's core, but he has not for one moment questioned the goodness or the love of our Father in taking from us the child who promised to be our greatest earthly joy. Our consent to God's will has drawn us together very closely. Together we bear the yoke in our youth, together we pray and sing praises in the very midst of our tears. Quote, I was dumb with silence because Thou didst it. Unquote. September. The old pain and cough have come back with the first cool nights of this month. Perhaps I am going to my darling. I do not know. I am certainly very feeble. Consenting to suffer does not annul the suffering. Such a child could not go hence without rending and tearing its way out of the heart that left it. This world is wholly changed to me, and I walk in it like one in a dream. And dear Ernest is changed, too. He says little, and is all kindness and goodness to me, but I can see that here is a wound that will never be healed. I am confined to my room now, with nothing to do but to think. I do not believe that God has taken our child in mere displeasure, but I cannot but feel that this affliction might not have been necessary if I had not so chafed and writhed and secretly repined at the way in which my home was invaded, and at our galling poverty. God has exchanged the one discipline for the other, and oh, how far more bitter is this cup. October 4th. My darling boy would have been 6 years old today. Ernest still keeps me shut up, but he rather urges my seeing a friend now and then. People say very strange things in the way of consolation. I begin to think that a tender clasp of the hand is about all one can give to the afflicted. One says I must not grieve because my child is better off in heaven. Yes, he is better off, I know it, I feel it, but I miss him none the less. Others say he might have grown up to be a bad man and broken my heart. Perhaps he might, but I cannot make myself believe that likely. One lady asked me if this affliction was not a rebuke of my idolatry of my darling, and another if I had not been in a cold, worldly state, needing this severe blow on that account. But I find no consolation or support in these remarks. My comfort is in my perfect faith in the goodness and love of my Father, my certainty that He had a reason in thus afflicting me that I should admire and adore if I knew what it was. And in the midst of my sorrow I have had and do have a delight in Him hitherto unknown, so that sometimes this room in which I am a prisoner seems like the very gate of heaven. May. A long winter in my room, and all sorts of painful remedies and appliances and deprivations. And now I am getting well, and drive out every day. Martha sends her carriage, and mother goes with me. Dear mother! How nearly perfect she is! I never saw a sweeter face, nor ever heard sweeter expressions of faith in God and love to all about her than hers. She has been my tower of strength all through these weary months, and yet she has shared my sorrow and made it her own. I can see that Ernest's affliction and this prolonged anxiety about me have been a heavenly benediction to him. I am sure that every mother whose sick child he visits will have a sympathy he could not have given while all his own little ones were alive and well. I thank God that He has thus increased my dear husband's usefulness, as I think He has mine also. How tenderly I already feel toward all suffering children, and how easy it will be now to be patient with them. Keene, New Hampshire, July 12th. It is a year ago this day that the brightest sunshine faded out of our lives, and our beautiful boy was taken from us. I have been tempted to spend this anniversary in bitter tears and lamentations. For oh, this sorrow is not healed by time. I feel it more and more. But I begged God, when I first awoke this morning, not to let me so dishonor and grieve Him. I may suffer, I must suffer. He means it, He wills it, but let it be without repining, without gloomy despondency. The world is full of sorrow. It is not I alone who taste its bitter draughts, nor have I the only right to a sad countenance. Oh, for patience to bear on, cost what it may. Cheerfully and gratefully I lay myself and all I am or own at the feet of Him who redeemed me with His precious blood, engaging to follow Him, bearing the cross He lays upon me. This is the least I can do, and I do it while my heart lies broken and bleeding at His feet. My dear little Una has improved somewhat in health, but I am never free from anxiety about her. She is my milk white lamb, my dove, my fragrant flower. One cannot look on her pure face without a sense of peace and rest. She is the sentinel who voluntarily guards my door when I am engaged at my devotions. She is my little comforter when I am sad, my companion and friend at all times. I talk to her of Christ, and always have done, just as I think of Him, and as if I expected sympathy from her in my love to Him. It was the same with my darling Ernest. If I required a little self-denial, I said cheerfully, "This is hard, but doing it for our best friends sweetens it." And their alacrity was pleasant to see. Ernest threw his whole soul into whatever he did, and sometimes when engaged in play would hesitate a little when directed to do something else, such as carrying a message for me and the like. But if I said, "If you do this cheerfully and pleasantly, my darling, you do it for Jesus, and that will make Him smile upon you," he would invariably yield at once. Is not this the true, the natural way of linking every little daily act of a child's life with the divine love, that divine life that gives meaning to all things? But what do I mean by the vain boast I have always trained my children thus? Alas, I have done it only at times, for while my theory was sound, my temper of mind was but too often unsound. I was often and often impatient with my dear little boy. Often my tone was a worldly one. I was often full of eager interest in mere outside things, and forgot that I was living, or that my children were living, save for the present moment. It seems, now that I have a child in heaven, and am bound to the invisible world by such a tie, that I can never again be entirely absorbed by this. I fancy my ardent, eager little boy as having some such employments in his new and happy home as he had here. I see him loving Him who took children in His arms, and blessed them with all the warmth of which his nature is capable, and as perhaps employed as one of those messengers whom God sends forth as His ministers. For I cannot think of those active feet, those busy hands, as always quiet. Ah, my darling, that I could look upon you for a moment, a single moment, and catch one of your radiant smiles. Just one. August 4th. How full are David's Psalms of the cry of the sufferer! He must have experienced every kind of bodily and mental torture. He gives most vivid illustrations of the wasting, wearing process of disease, for instance. What a contrast is the picture we have of him when he was "ruddy and withal of a beautiful countenance and goodly to look upon," and the one he paints of himself in after years, when he says, "I may tell my bones, they look and stare upon me. My days are like a shadow that declineth, and I am withered like grass. I am weary and groaning. All the night I make my bed to swim. I water my couch with my tears. For my soul is full of troubles, and my life draweth near unto the grave." And then what wails of anguish are these! "I am afflicted and ready to die from my youth up. While I suffer thy terrors I am distracted. Thy wrath lieth hard upon me, and thou hast afflicted me with all thy waves. All thy waves and thy billows have gone over me. Lover and friend hast thou put far from me, and mine acquaintance into utter darkness." Yet through all, what grateful joy in God! What expressions of living faith and devotion! During my long illness and confinement to my room, the Bible has been almost a new book to me, and I see that God has always dealt with His children as He deals with them now, and that no new thing has befallen me. All these weary days, so full of languor, these nights so full of unrest, have had their appointed mission to my soul, and perhaps I have had no discipline so salutary as this forced inaction and uselessness at a time when youth and natural energy continually cry out for room and work. August 15. I dragged out my drawing materials in a listless way this morning, and began to sketch the beautiful scene from my window. At first I could not feel interested. It seemed as if my hand was crippled and had lost its cunning when it unloosened its grasp of little Ernest and let him go. But I prayed, as I worked, that I might not yield to the inclination to despise and throw away the gift with which God Himself endowed me. Mother was gratified, and said it rested her to see me act like myself once more. I have been very selfish, and have been far too much absorbed with my sorrow and my illness in my own petty struggles. August 19. I met to day an old friend, Maria Kelly, who is married, it seems, and settled down in this pretty village. She asked so many questions about my little Ernest that I had to tell her the whole story of his precious life, sickness, and death. I forced myself to do this quietly and without any great demand on her sympathies. My reward for the constraint I thus put upon myself was the abrupt question, "Haven't you grown stoical?" I felt the angry blood rush through my veins as it has not done for a long time. My pride was wounded to the quick, and those cruel, unjust words still rankle in my heart. This is not as it should be. I am constantly praying that my pride may be humbled, and then when it is attacked, I shrink from the pain the blow causes, and am angry with the hand that inflicts it. It is just so with 2 or 3 unkind things Martha has said to me. I can't help brooding over them, and feeling stung with their injustice, even while making the most desperate struggle to rise above and forget them. It is well for our fellow creatures that God forgives and excuses them when we fail to do it. And I can easily fancy that poor Maria Kelly is at this moment dearer in His sight than I am who have taken fire at a chance word. And I can see now what I wonder I did not see at the time, that God was dealing very kindly and wisely with me when He made Martha overlook my good qualities, of which I suppose I have some, as everybody else has, and call out all my bad ones, since the axe was thus laid at the root of self-love, and it is plain that self-love cannot die without a fearful struggle. May 26, 1846. How long it is since I have written in my journal! We have had a winter full of cares, perplexities, and sicknesses. Mother began it by such a severe attack of inflammatory rheumatism as I could not have supposed she could live through. Her sufferings were dreadful, and I might almost say her patience was, for I often thought it would be less painful to hear her groan and complain than to witness such heroic fortitude, such sweet docility under God's hand. I hope I shall never forget the lessons I have learned in her sick room. Ernest says he shall never cease to rejoice that she lives with us, and that he can watch over her health. He has indeed been like a son to her, and this has been a great solace amid all her sufferings. Before she was able to leave the room, poor little Una was prostrated by one of her ill turns, and is still very feeble. The only way in which she can be diverted is by reading to her, and I have done little else these 2 months but hold her in my arms, singing little songs and hymns, telling stories, and reading what few books I find that are unexciting, simple, yet entertaining. My precious little darling! She bears the yoke in her youth without a frown, but it is agonizing to see her suffer so. How much easier it would be to bear all her physical infirmities myself. I suppose to those who look on from outside we must appear like a most unhappy family, since we hardly get free from one trouble before another steps in. But I see more and more that happiness is not dependent on health or any other outside prosperity. We are at peace with each other and at peace with God. His dealings with us do not perplex or puzzle us, though we do not pretend to understand them. On the other hand, Martha, with absolutely perfect health, with a husband entirely devoted to her, and with every wish gratified, yet seems always careworn and dissatisfied. Her servants worry her very life out. She misses the homely household duties to which she had been accustomed, and her conscience stumbles at little things and overlooks greater ones. It is very interesting, I think, to study different homes, as well as the different characters that form them. Amelia's girls are quiet, good children, to whom their father writes what Mr. Underhill and Martha pronounce "beautiful" letters, wherein he styles himself their "broken hearted but devoted father." Devotion, to my mind, involves self-sacrifice, and I cannot reconcile its use in this case with the life of ease he leads while all the care of his children is thrown upon others. But some people, by means of a few such phrases, not only impose upon themselves, but upon their friends, and pass for persons of great sensibility. As I have been confined to the house nearly the whole winter, I have had to derive my spiritual support from books, and as mother gradually recovered, she enjoyed Leighton with me, as I knew she would. Dr. Cabot comes to see us very often, but I do not now find it possible to get the instruction from him I used to do. I see that the Christian life must be individual, as the natural character is, and that I cannot be exactly like Dr. Cabot, or exactly like Mrs. Campbell, or exactly like mother, though they all three stimulate and are an inspiration to me. But I see, too, that the great points of similarity in Christ's disciples have always been the same. This is the testimony of all the good books, sermons, hymns, and memoirs I read, that God's ways are infinitely perfect, that we are to love Him for what He is, and therefore equally as much when He afflicts us as when He prospers us, that there is no real happiness but in doing and suffering His will, and that this life is but a scene of probation through which we pass to the real life above. End of Chapter 20. Recording by Teresa Downey. Chapter 21 of Stepping Heavenward. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Teresa Downey. Stepping Heavenward by Elizabeth Prentiss. Chapter 21. May 30th. Ernest asked me to go with him to see one of his patients, as he often does when there is a lull in the tempest at home. We both feel that as we have so little money of our own to give away, it is a privilege to give what services and what cheering words we can. As I took it for granted that we were going to see some poor old woman, I put up several little packages of tea and sugar, with which Susan Green always keeps me supplied, and added a bottle of my own raspberry vinegar, which never comes amiss, I find, to old people. Ernest drove to the door of an aristocratic-looking house, and helped me to alight in his usual silence. It is probably one of the servants we are going to visit, I thought within myself, but I am surprised at his bringing me. The family may not approve it. The next thing I knew, I found myself being introduced to a beautiful, brilliant young lady, who sat in a wheel chair like a queen on a throne, in a room full of tasteful ornaments, flowers, and birds. Now I had come away just as I was when Ernest called me, and that "was" means a very plain gingham dress, wherein I had been darning stockings all the morning. I suppose a saint wouldn't have cared for that, but I did, and for a moment stood the picture of confusion, my hands full of oddly shaped parcels, and my face all in a flame. "My wife, Miss Clifford," I heard Ernest say, and then I caught the curious, puzzled look in her eyes, which said as plainly as words could do, "What has the creature brought me?" "I ask your pardon, Miss Clifford," I said, thinking it best to speak out just the honest truth, "but I supposed the doctor was taking me to see some of his old women, and so I have brought you a little tea, and a little sugar, and a bottle of raspberry vinegar." "How delicious!" cried she. "It really rests me to meet with a genuine human being at last. Why didn't you make some stiff, prim speech, instead of telling the truth out and out? I declare I mean to keep all you have brought me, just for the fun of the thing." This put me at ease, and I forgot all about my dress in a moment. "I see you are just what the doctor boasted you were," she went on, "but he never would bring you to see me before. I suppose he has told you why I could not go to see you? To tell the truth, he never speaks to me of his patients, unless he thinks I can be of use to them." "I dare say I do not look much like an invalid," said she, "but here I am tied to this chair. It is 6 months since I could bear my own weight upon my feet." I saw then that though her face was so bright and full of color, her hand was thin and transparent. But what a picture she made as she sat there in magnificent beauty, relieved by such a background of foliage, flowers, and artistic objects! "I told the doctor the other day that life was nothing but a humbug, and he said he should bring me a remedy against that false notion the next time he came. And you, I suppose, are that remedy," she continued. "Come, begin. I am ready to take any number of doses." I could only laugh, and tried to look daggers at Ernest, who sat looking over a magazine, apparently absorbed in its contents. "Ah," she cried, nodding her head sagaciously, "I knew you would agree with me." "Agree with you in calling life a humbug?" I cried, now fairly aroused. "Death itself is not more a reality." "I have not tried death yet," she said, more seriously, "but I have tried life 25 years, and I know all about it. It is eat, drink, sleep, yawn, and be bored. It is what shall I wear? Where shall I go? How shall I get rid of the time? It says, how do you do? How is your husband? How are your children? It means, now I have asked all the conventional questions, and I don't care a fig what their answer may be." "This may be its meaning to some persons," I replied, "for instance, to mere pleasure seekers, but of course it is interpreted quite differently by others. To some it means nothing but a dull, hopeless struggle with poverty and hardship, and its whole aspect might be changed to them should those who do not know what to do to get rid of the time spend their surplus leisure in making this struggle less brutalizing." "Yes, I have heard such doctrine, and at one time I tried charity myself. I picked up a dozen or so dirty little wretches out of the streets, and undertook to clothe and teach them. I might as well have tried to instruct the chairs in my room. Besides, the whole house had to be aired after they had gone, and mamma missed 2 teaspoons and a fork, and was perfectly disgusted with the whole thing. Then I fell to knitting socks for babies, but they only occupied my hands, and my head felt as empty as ever. Mamma took me off on a journey, as she always did when I took to moping, and that diverted me for a while, but after that everything went on in the old way. I got rid of part of the day by changing my dress, and putting on my pretty things. It is a great thing to have a habit of wearing one's ornaments, for instance, and then in the evening one could go to the opera, or the theater, or some other place of amusement, after which one could sleep all through the next morning, and so get rid of that. But I had been used to such things all my life, and they had got to be about as flat can be. If I had been born a little earlier in the history of the world, I would have gone into a convent, but that sort of thing is out of fashion now." "The best convent," I said, "for a woman is the seclusion of her own home. There she may find her vocation and fight her battles, and there she may learn the reality and the earnestness of life." "Pshaw!" she cried. "Excuse me, however, in saying that, but some of the most brilliant girls I know have settled down into mere married women, and spend their whole time in nursing babies. Think how belittling!" "Is it more so than spending it in dressing, driving, dancing, and the like?" "Of course it is. I had a friend once who shone like a star in society. She married and had children as fast as she could. Well, what consequence? She lost her beauty, lost her spirit and animation, lost her youth, and lost her health. The only earthly things she can talk about are teething, dieting, and the measles." I laughed at this exaggeration, and I looked round to see what Ernest thought of such talk, but he had disappeared. "As you have spoken plainly to me, knowing me to be a wife and a mother, you must allow me to speak plainly in return," I began. "Oh, speak plainly, by all means. I am quite sick and tired of having the truth served up in pink cotton and scented with lavender." "Then you will permit me to say that when you speak contemptuously of the vocation of maternity, you dishonor not only the mother who bore you, but the Lord Jesus Himself, who chose to be born of woman, and to be ministered unto by her through a helpless infancy." Miss Clifford was a little startled. "How terribly earnest you are!" she said. "It is plain to you, at any rate, life is indeed no humbug." I thought of my dear ones, of Ernest, of my children, of mother, and of James. I thought of my love to them and theirs to me, and I thought of Him who alone gives reality to even such joys as these. My face must have been illuminated by the thought, for she dropped the bantering tones she had used hitherto, and asked, with real earnestness, "What is it you know that I do not know, that makes you so satisfied, while I am so dissatisfied?" I hesitated before I answered, feeling, as I never felt before, how ignorant, how unfit to lead others I really am. Then I said, "Perhaps you need to know God, to know Christ?" She looked disappointed and tired, so I came away, first promising at her request to go to see her again. I found Ernest just driving up, and told him what had passed. He listened in his usual silence, and I longed to have him say whether I had spoken wisely and well. June 1. I have been to see Miss Clifford again, and made mother go with me. Miss Clifford took a fancy to her at once. "Ah," she said, after one glance at the dear, loving face, "nobody need tell me that you are good and kind. But I am a little afraid of good people. I fancy they are always criticising me, and expecting me to imitate their perfection." "Perfection does not exact perfection," was mother's answer. "I would rather be judged by an angel than by man." And then mother led her on, little by little, and most adroitly, to talk of herself and of her state of health. She is an orphan, and lives in this great, stately house alone with her servants. Until she was laid aside by the state of her health, she lived in the world and of it. Now she is a prisoner, and prisoners have time to think. "Here I sit," she said, "all day long. I never was fond of staying at home, or of reading, and needlework I absolutely hate. In fact, I do not know how to sew." "Some such pretty, feminine work might beguile you of a few of the long hours in these long days," said mother. "One can't be always reading." "But a lady came to see me, a Mrs. Goodhue, one of your good sort, I suppose, and she preached me quite a sermon on the employment of time. She said I had a solemn admonition of Providence, and ought to devote myself entirely to religion. I had just begun to be interested in a bit of embroidery, but she frightened me out of it. But I can't bear such dreadfully good people with faces a mile long." Mother made her produce the collar, or whatever it was, showed her how to hold her needle and arrange her pattern, and they both got so absorbed in it that I had leisure to look at some of the beautiful things with which the room was full. "Make the object of your life right," I heard mother say, at last, "and these little details will take care of themselves." "But I haven't any object," Miss Clifford objected, "unless it is to get through these tedious days somehow. Before I was taken ill, my chief object was to make myself attractive to the people I met, and the easiest way to do that was to dress becomingly and make myself look as well as I could." "I suppose," said mother, "that most girls could say the same. They have an instinctive desire to please, and they take what they conceive to be the shortest and easiest road to that end. It requires no talent, no education, no thought, to dress tastefully. The most empty headed, frivolous young person can do it, provided she has money enough. Those who can't get the money make up for it by fearful expenditure of precious time. They plan, they cut, they fit, they rip, they trim, till they can appear in society looking exactly like everybody else. They think of nothing, talk of nothing, but how this shall be fashioned and that be trimmed. And as to their hair, Satan uses it as his favorite net, and catches them in it every day of their lives." "But I never cut or trimmed," said Miss Clifford. "No, because you could afford to have it done for you. But you acknowledge that you spent a great deal of time in dressing, because you thought that the easiest way of making yourself attractive. But it does not follow that the easiest way is the best way, and sometimes the longest way round is the shortest way home." "For instance?" "Well, let us imagine a young lady, living in the world as you say you lived. She has never seriously reflected on any subject one half hour in her life. She has been borne on by the current, and let it take her where it would. But at last some influence is brought to bear upon her which leads her to stop and look about her, and to think. She finds herself in a world of serious, momentous events. She sees she cannot live in it, was not meant to live in it forever, and that her whole unknown future depends on what she is, not on how she looks. She begins to cast about for some plan of life, and this leads—" "A plan of life!" Miss Clifford interrupted. "I never heard of such a thing." "Yet you would smile at an architect who, having a noble structure to build, should begin to work on it in a haphazard way, putting in a brick here and a stone there, weaving in straws and sticks if they come to hand, and when asked on what work he was engaged, and what manner of building he intended to erect, should reply that he had no plan, but thought something would come of it." Miss Clifford made no reply. She sat with her head resting on her hand, looking dreamily before her, a truly beautiful but unconscious picture. I, too, began to reflect that while I had really aimed to make the most out of life, I had not done it methodically or intelligently. "We are going to try to stay in town this summer." Hitherto Ernest would not listen to my suggestion of what an economy this would be. He always said this would turn out anything but an economy in the end. But now we have no teething baby, little Raymond is a strong, healthy child, and Una remarkably well for her, and money is so slow to come in and so fast to go out. What discomforts we suffer in the country it would take a book to write down, and here we shall have our own home as usual. I shall not have to be separated from Ernest, and shall have leisure to devote to two very interesting people who must stay in town all the year round, no matter who goes out of it. I mean dear Mrs. Campbell and Miss Clifford, who both attract me, though in such different ways. CHAPter 22. Of Stepping Heavenward. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Teresa Downey. Stepping Heavenward, by Elizabeth Prentiss. Chapter 22. October. Well, I had my own way, and I'm afraid it has been an unwise one. For though I have enjoyed the leisure afforded by everybody being out of town, and the opportunity it has given me to devote myself to the very sweetest work on earth, the care of my darling little ones, the heat and the stifling atmosphere have been trying for me and for them. My pretty Rose went last May to bloom in a home of her own, so I thought I would not look for a nurse, but take the whole care of them myself. This would not be much of a task to a strong person, but I am not strong, and a great deal of the time just dressing them and taking them out to walk has exhausted me. Then all the mending and other sewing must be done, and with the over exertion creeps in the fretful tone, the impatient word. Yet I never can be as impatient with little children as I should be but for the remembrance that I should count it only a joy to minister once more to my darling boy, cost what weariness it might. But now new cares are at hand, and I have been searching for a person to whom I can safely trust my children when I am laid aside. Thus far I have had, in this capacity, 3 different temptations in human form. The first, a smart, tidy looking woman, informed me at the outset that she was perfectly competent to take the whole charge of the children, and should prefer my attending to my own affairs while she attended to hers. I replied that my affairs lay chiefly in caring for and being with my children, to which she returned that she feared I should not suit her, as she had her own views concerning the training of children. She added, with condescension, that at all events she should expect in any case of difference of judgment between us, that I, being the younger and least experienced of the 2, should always yield to her. She then went on to give me her views on the subject of nursery management. "In the first place," she said, "I never pet or fondle children. It makes them babyish and sickly." "Oh, I see you will not suit me," I cried. "You need go no further. I consider love the best educator for a little child." "Indeed, I think I shall suit you perfectly," she replied, nothing daunted. "I have been in the business 20 years, and have always suited wherever I lived. You will be surprised to see how much sewing I shall accomplish, and how quiet I shall keep the children." "But I don't want them kept quiet," I persisted. "I want them to be as merry and cheerful as crickets, and I care a great deal more to have them amused than to have the sewing done, though that is important, I confess." "Very well, ma'am. I will sit and rock them by the hour, if you wish it." "But I don't wish it," I cried, exasperated at the coolness which gave her such an advantage over me. "Let us say no more about it. You do not suit me, and the sooner we part the better. I must be mistress of my own house, and I want no advice in relation to my children." "I shall hardly leave you before you will regret parting with me," she returned, in a placid, pitying way. I was afraid I had not been quite dignified in my interview with this person, with whom I ought to have had no discussion, and my equanimity was not restored by her shaking hands with me with a patronizing way at parting, and expressing the hope that I should one day "be a green tree in the Paradise of God." Nor was it any too great consolation to find that she had suggested to my cook that my intellect was not quite sound. Temptation the second confessed that she knew nothing, but was willing to be taught. Yea, she might be willing, but she could not be taught. She could not see why Raymond should not have everything he chose to cry for, nor why she should not take the children to the kitchens where her friends abode, instead of keeping them out in the air. She could not understand why she must not tell Una every half hour that she was as fair as a lily, and that the little angels in heaven cried for such hair as hers. And there was no rhyme or reason to her mind why she could not have her friends visit in her nursery, since, as she declared, the cook would hear all her secrets if she received them in the kitchen. Her assurance that she thought me a very nice lady, and that there never were 2 such children as mine, failed to move my hard heart, and I was thankful when I got her out of the house. Temptation the third appeared for a time the perfection of a nurse. She kept herself and the nursery and the children in most refreshing order. She amused Una when she was more than usually unwell with a perfect fund of innocent stories. The work flew from her nimble fingers as if by magic. I boasted everywhere of my good luck, and sang her praises in Ernest's ears till he believed in her with all his heart. But one evening we were out late. We had been spending the evening at Aunty's, and came in with Ernest's night key as quietly as possible, in order not to arouse the children. I stole softly to the nursery to see if all was going on well there. Bridget, it seems, had taken the opportunity to wash her clothes in the nursery, and they hung all about the room drying, a hot fire raging for the purpose. In the midst of them, with a candle and a prayer book on a chair, Bridget knelt fast asleep, the candle within an inch of her sleeve. Her assurance, when I aroused her, that she was not asleep but merely wrapped in devotion, did not soften my hard heart. Nor was I moved by the representation that she was a saint, and always wore black on that account. I packed her off in anything but a saintly frame, and I felt that the fourth temptation would scatter what little grace I possessed to the four winds. These changes upstairs made discord, too, below. My cook was displeased at so much coming and going, and made the kitchen a sort of purgatory which I dreaded to enter. At last, when her temper fairly ran away with her, she became impertinent to the last degree. I said, coolly, if any lady should speak to me in this way I should resent it. But no lady would so far forget herself, and I overlook your rudeness on the ground that you do not know better than to use such expressions. This capped the climax. She declared that she had never been told before that she was no lady, and did not know how to behave, and gave warning at once. I wish I could help running to tell Ernest all these annoyances. It does no good, and only worries him. But how much of a woman's life is made up of such trials and provocations, and how easy it is, when on one's knees, to bear them aright, and how far easier to bear them wrong when one finds the coal going too fast, the butter out just as one is sitting down to breakfast, the potatoes watery, and the bread sour or heavy. And then, when one is well nigh desperate, does one's husband fail to say, in bland tones, "My dear, if you would just speak to Bridget, I am sure she would improve." Oh, that there were indeed magic in a spoken word! And do what I can, the money Ernest gives me will not hold out. He knows absolutely nothing about that hydra headed monster, a household. I have had to go back to sewing as furiously as ever, and with the sewing the old pain in the side has come back, and the sharp, quick speech that I hate, and that Ernest hates, and that everybody hates. I groan, being burdened, and am almost weary of my life. And my prayers are all mixed up with worldly thoughts and cares. I am appalled at all the things that have got to be done before winter, and am tempted to cut short my devotions in order to have more time to accomplish what I must accomplish. How have I got into this slough? When was it that I came down from the mount where I had seen the Lord, and came back to make these miserable, petty things as much my business as ever? Oh, these fluctuations in my religious life amaze me. I cannot doubt that I am really God's child. It would be dishonor to Him to doubt it. I cannot doubt that I have held as real communion with Him as with any earthly friend. And oh, it has been far sweeter. October 20. I made a parting visit to Mrs. Campbell to day, and as usual have come away strengthened and refreshed. She said all sorts of kind things to cheer and encourage me, and stimulated me to take up the burden of life cheerfully and patiently, just as it comes. She assures me that these fluctuations of feelings will by degrees give place to a calmer life, especially if I avoid, so far as I can do it, all unnecessary work, distraction, and hurry. And a few quiet, resting words from her have given me courage to press on toward perfection, no matter how much imperfection I see in myself and others. And now I am waiting for my Father's next gift, and the new cares and labors it will bring with it. I am glad it is not left for me to decide my own lot. I am afraid I should never see precisely the right moment for welcoming a new bird into my nest, dearly as I love the rustle of their wings and the sound of their voices when they do come, And surely He knows the right moments who knows all my struggles with a certain sort of poverty, poor health, and domestic care. If I could feel that all the time, as I do at this moment, how happy I should always be! JANUARY 16, 1847. This is the 10th anniversary of our wedding day, and it has been a delightful one. If I were called upon to declare what has been the chief element of my happiness, I should say it was not Ernest's love to me, or mine to him, or that I am once more the mother of 3 children, or that my own dear mother still lives, though I revel in each and all of these. But underneath them all, deeper, stronger than all, lies a peace with God that I can compare to no other joy, which I guard as I would guard hid treasures, and which must abide if all things else pass away. My baby is 2 months old, and her name is Ethel. The 3 children together form a beautiful picture which I am never tired of admiring. But they will not give me much time for writing. This little newcomer takes all there is of me. Mother brings me pleasant reports of Miss Clifford, who, under her gentle, wise influence, is becoming an earnest Christian, already rejoicing in the providence that arrested her where it did, and forced her to reflection. Mother says we ought to study God's providence more than we do, since He has a meaning and a purpose in everything He does. Sometimes I can do this, and find it a source of great happiness. Then worldly cares seem mere worldly cares, and I forget that His wise, kind hand is in every one of them. February. Helen has been spending the whole day with me, as she often does, helping me with her skillful needle, and with the children, in a very sweet way. I am almost ashamed to indulge in writing down how dearly she seems to love me, and how disposed she is to sit at my feet as a learner, at the very moment I am longing to possess her sweet, gentle temper. But one thing puzzles me in her, and that is the difficulty she finds in getting hold of these simple truths her father used to grope after, but never found till just as he was passing out of the world. It seems as if God compensated such turbulent, fiery natures as mine by revealing Himself to them for the terrible hours of shame and sorrow through which their sins and follies cause them to pass. I suffer far more than Helen does, suffer bitterly, painfully, but I enjoy tenfold more, for I know whom I have believed, and I cannot doubt that I am truly united to Him. Helen is naturally very reserved, but by degrees she has come to talk with me quite frankly. To day, as we sat together in the nursery, little Raymond snatched a toy from Una, who, as usual, yielded to him without a frown. I called him to me. He came reluctantly. "Raymond, dear," I said, "did you ever see papa snatch anything from me?" He smiled and shook his head. "Well, then, until you see him do it to me, never do it to your sister. Men are gentle and polite to women, and little boys should be gentle and polite to little girls." The children ran off to their play, and Helen said, "Now how different that is from my mother's management with us! She always made us girls yield to the boys. They would not have thought they could go up to bed unless one of us got a candle for them." "That, I suppose, is the reason, then, that Ernest expected me to wait upon him after we were married," I replied. I was a little stiff about yielding to him, for besides mother's precepts I was influenced by my father's example. He was so courteous, treating her with as much respect as if she were a queen, and yet with as much love as if she were always a girl. I naturally expected the like from my husband. "You must have been disappointed, then," she said. "Yes, I was. It cost me a good many pouts and tears, of which I am now ashamed. And Ernest seldom annoys me now with the little neglects that I used to make so much of." "Sometimes I think there are no little neglects," said Helen. "It takes less than nothing to annoy us." "And it takes more than everything to please us," I cried. But Ernest and I had one stronghold, to which we always fled in our troublous times, and that was our love for each other. No matter how he provoked me by his little heedless ways, I had to forgive him because I loved him so, and he had to forgive me my faults for the same reason. "I had no idea husbands and wives loved each other so," said Helen. "I thought they got over it as soon as their cares and troubles came on, and just jogged on together somehow." We both laughed, and she went on: "If I thought I should be as happy as you are, I should be tempted to be married myself." "Ah, I thought your time would come," I cried. "Don't ask me any questions," she said, her pretty face growing prettier with a bright, warm glow. "Give me advice instead. For instance, tell me how I can be sure that if I love a man I should go on loving him through all the wear and tear of married life, and how can I be sure he can and will go on loving me?" "Well, then, setting aside the fact that you are both lovable and loving, I will say this: happiness, in other words, love in married life, is not a mere accident. When the union has been formed, as most Christian unions are, by God Himself, it is His intention and His will that it shall prove the unspeakable joy of both husband and wife, and become more and more so from year to year. But we are imperfect creatures, wayward and foolish as little children, horribly unreasonable, selfish and wilful. We are not capable of enduring the shock of finding at every turn that our idol is made of clay, and that it is prone to tumble off its pedestal and lie in the dust till we pick it up and set it in its place again." I was struck with Ernest's asking, in the very first prayer he offered in my presence, after our marriage, that God would help us love each other. I felt that love was the very foundation on which I was built, and that there was no danger I should ever fall short in giving to my husband all he wanted in full measure. But as he went on, day after day, repeating this prayer, and I naturally made it with him, I came to see that this most precious of earthly blessings had been and must be God's gift, and that while we both looked at it in that light, and felt our dependence on Him for it, we might safely encounter together all the assaults made upon us by the world, the flesh, and the devil. I believe we owe it to this constant prayer that we have loved each other so uniformly, and with such growing comfort in each other, so that our little discords have always ended in fresh accord, and our love has felt conscious of resting on a rock, and that rock was the will of God. "It is plain, then," said Helen, "that you and Ernest are sure of one source of happiness as long as you live, whatever vicissitudes you may meet with. I thank you so much for what you have said. The fact is, you have been brought up to carry religion into everything, but I was not. My mother was as good as she was lovely, but I think she felt, and taught us to feel, that we were to put it on as we did our Sunday clothes, and to wear it as we did them, carefully and reverently, but with pretty, long, grave faces. But you mix everything up so, that when I'm with you I never know whether you are most like or most unlike other people, and your mother is just so. But you forget that it is to Ernest I owe my best ideas about married life. I don't remember ever talking with my mother or any one else on the subject. And as to carrying religion into everything, how can one help it if one's religion is a vital part of one's self, not a cloak put on to go to church in, and hang up out of one's way against next Sunday?" Helen laughed. She has the merriest yet gentlest little laugh one can imagine. I long to know who it is that has been so fortunate as to touch her heart. March. I know now, and glad I am. The sly little puss is purring at this moment in James's arms. At least I suppose she is, as I have discreetly come up to my room and left them to themselves. So it seems I have had all these worries about Lucy for naught. What made her so fond of James was simply the fact that a friend of his had looked on her with a favorable eye, regarding her as a very proper mother for 4 or 5 children who are in need of a shepherd. Yes, Lucy is going to marry a man so much older than herself that on a pinch he might have been her father. She does it from a sense of duty, she says, and to a nature like hers duty may perhaps suffice, and no cry of the heart have to be stifled in its performance. We are all so happy in the happiness of James and Helen that we are not in the mood to criticize Lucy's decision. I have a strange and most absurd envy when I think what a good time they are having at this moment downstairs, while I sit here alone, vainly wishing I could see more of Ernest. Just as if my happiness were not a deeper, more blessed one than theirs, which must be purged of much dross before it will prove itself to be like gold. Yes, I suppose I am as happy in my dear precious husband and children as a wife and mother can be in a world which must not be real heaven, lest we should love the land we journey through so well as to want to pitch our tents in it forever, and cease to look and long for the home whither we are bound. James will be married almost immediately, I suppose, as he sails for Syria in early April. How much a missionary and his wife must be to each other, when, severing themselves from all they ever loved before, they go forth hand in hand, not merely to be foreigners in heathen lands, but to be henceforth strangers in their own, should they ever return to it. Helen says playfully that she has not a missionary spirit, and is not at all sure that she should go with James, but I don't think that he feels very anxious on that point. March. It does one's heart good to see how happy they are, and it does one's heart good to have one's husband set up in opposition to the goings on by behaving like a lover himself. End of Chapter 22. Recording by Teresa Downey. Chapter 23 of Stepping Heavenward. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Teresa Downey. Stepping Heavenward by Elizabeth Prentiss. Chapter 23. January 1st, 1851. It is a great while since I wrote that. God has been just as good as ever. I want to say that before I say another word, but He has indeed smitten me very sorely. While we were in the midst of our rejoicings about James and Helen, and the bright future that seemed opening before them, he came home one day very ill. Ernest happened to be in, and attended to him at once, but the disease was, at the very outset, so violent, and raged with such absolute fury, that no remedies had any effect. Everything, even now, seems confused in my mind. It seems as if there was a sudden transition from the most brilliant, joyous health to a brief but fearful struggle for life, speedily followed by the awful mystery and stillness of death. Is it possible, I still ask myself, that 4 short days wrought an event whose consequences must run through endless years? Poor mother! Poor Helen! When it was all over, I do not know what to say of mother but that she behaved and quieted herself like a weaned child. Her sweet composure awed me. I dared not give way to my own vehement, terrible sorrow in the presence of this Christ-like patience. All noisy demonstrations seemed profane. I thought no human being was less selfish, more loving, than she had been for many years. But the spirit that now took possession of her flowed into her heart and life directly from that great heart of love, whose depths I had never even begun to sound. There was, therefore, something absolutely divine in her aspect, in the tones of her voice, in the very smile on her face. We could compare its expression to nothing but Stephen, when he, being full of the Holy Ghost, looked up steadfastly to heaven, and saw the glory of God, and Jesus standing on the right hand of God. As soon as James was gone, Helen came to our home. There never was any discussion about it. She came naturally to be one of us. Mother's health, already very frail, gradually failed, and encompassed as I was with cares, I could not be with her constantly. Helen took the place to her of a daughter, and found herself welcomed like one. The atmosphere in which we all lived was one which cannot be described. The love for all of us and for every living thing that flowed in mother's words and tones passed all knowledge. The children's little joys and sorrows interested her exactly as if she was one of themselves. They ran to her with every petty grievance and every new pleasure. During the time she lived with us she had won many warm friends, particularly among the poor and the suffering. As her strength would no longer allow her to go to them, those who could do so came to her. And I was struck to see she had ceased entirely from giving counsel, and now gave nothing but the most beautiful, tender compassion and sympathy. I saw that she was failing, but flattered myself that her own serenity and our care would prolong her life still for many years. I longed to have my children become old enough to fully appreciate her sanctified character, and I thought she would gradually fade away and be set free, as light winds wandering through the groves of bloom detach the delicate blossoms from the tree. But God's thoughts are not our thoughts, nor His ways our ways. Her feeble body began to suffer from the rudest assaults of pain. Day and night, night and day, she lived through a martyrdom in which what might have been a lifetime of suffering was concentrated into a few months. To witness those sufferings was like the sundering of joints and marrow, and once, only once, thank God, my faith in Him staggered and reeled to and fro. How can He look down on such agonies? I cried in my secret soul. Is this the work of a God of love, of mercy? Mother seemed to divine my thoughts, for she took my hand tenderly in hers, and said, with great difficulty, "Though He slay me, yet I trust in Him. He is just as good as ever." And she smiled. I ran away to Ernest, crying, "Oh, is there nothing you can do for her?" "What should a poor mortal do, where Christ has done so much, my darling?" he said, taking me in his arms. "Let us stand aside and see the glory of God, with our shoes from off our feet." But he went to her with one more desperate effort to relieve her, yet in vain. Mrs. Embury, of whom mother was fond, and who is always very kind when we are in trouble, came in just then, and after looking on a moment in tears, she said to me, "God knows whom He can trust. He would not lay His hand thus on all His children." Those few words quieted me. Yes, God knows. And now it is all over. My precious, precious mother has been a saint in heaven more than 2 years, and has forgotten all the battles she fought on earth, and all her sorrows, and all her sufferings in the presence of her Redeemer. She knew that she was going, and the last words she uttered, and they were spoken with somewhat of the playful, quaint manner in which she had spoken all her life, and with her own bright smile, still sound in my ears. "I have given God a great deal of trouble, but He is driving me into pasture now." And then, with her cheek on her hand, she fell asleep, and slept on, till just at sundown she awoke to find herself in the green pasture, the driving all over, forever and ever. Who by searching can find out God? My dear father entered heaven after a prosperous life path wherein he was unconscious of a pang, and beloved James went bright and fresh and untarnished by conflict straight to the Master's feast. But what a long lifetime of bereavement, sorrow, and suffering was my darling mother's pathway to glory. Surely her felicity must be greater than theirs, and the crown she has won by such a struggle must be brighter than the stars. And this crown she is even now, while I sit here choked with tears, casting joyfully at the feet of her Saviour. My sweet sister, my precious little Helen, still nestles in our hearts and in our home. Martha made one passionate appeal to her to return to her, but Ernest interfered. "Let her stay with Katy," he said. "James would have chosen to have her with the one human being like himself." Does he then think me, with all my faults, the languor of frail health, and the cares and burdens of life weighing upon me, enough like that sparkling brave boy to be of use and comfort to dear Helen? I take courage at the thought, and rouse myself afresh to bear on with fidelity and patience. My steadfast aim now is to follow in my mother's footsteps, to imitate her cheerfulness, her benevolence, her bright, inspiring ways, and never to rest till in place of my selfish nature I become as full of Christ's love as she became. I am glad she is at last relieved from the knowledge of all my cares. And though I often and often yearn to throw myself into her arms, and pour out my cares and trials into her sympathizing ears, I would not have her back for all the world. She has got away from all the turmoil and the suffering of life. Let her stay. The scenes of sorrow through which we have been passing have brought Ernest nearer to me than ever, and I can see that this very discipline has softened and sweetened his character. Besides, we have modified each other. Ernest is more demonstrative, more attentive to those little things that make the happiness of married life, and I am less childish, less vehement, I wish I could say less selfish, but here I seem to have come to a standstill. But I do understand Ernest's trials in his profession far better than I did, and can feel and show some sympathy in them. Of course the life of a physician is necessarily one of self-denial, spent as it is amid scenes of suffering and sorrow which he is often powerless to alleviate. But there is, besides the wear and tear of years of poverty, his bills are disputed or allowed to run on year after year unnoticed. He is often dismissed because he cannot put himself in the place of Providence and save life, and a truly grateful, generous patient is almost an unknown rarity. I do not speak of these things to complain of them. I suppose they are a necessary part of that whole providential plan by which God molds and fashions and tempers the human soul, just as my petty but incessant household cares are. If I had nothing to do but love my husband and children and perform for them, without let or hindrance, the sweet ideal duties of wife and mother, how content I should be to live always in this world! But what would become of me if I were not called, in the pursuit of these duties, and in contact with real life, to bear restless nights, ill health, unwelcome news, the faults of servants, contempt, ingratitude of friends, my own failings, lowness of spirits, the struggle in overcoming my corruption, and a score of kindred trials? Bishop Wilson charges us to bear all these things as unto God, and with the greatest privacy. How seldom I have met them save as lions in my way, that I would avoid if I could, and how I have tormented my friends by tedious complaints about them. Yet, when compared with the great tragedies of suffering I have both witnessed and suffered, how petty they seem. Our household, bereft of mother's and James's bright presence, now numbers just as many members as it did before they left us. Another angel has flown into it, though not on wings, and I have 4 darling children, the baby, who can hardly be called a baby now, being nearly 2 years old. My hands and my heart are full, but 2 of the children go to school, and that certainly makes my day's work easier. The little things are happier for having regular employment, and we are so glad to meet each other again after the brief separation. I try to be at home when it is time to expect them, for I love to hear the eager voices ask, in chorus, the moment the door opens, "Is Mamma at home?" Helen has taken Daisy to sleep with her, which after so many years of ups and downs at night, now with restless babies, now to answer the bell when Ernest is out, is a great relief to me. Poor Helen! She has never recovered her cheerfulness since James's death. It has crushed her energies and left her very sorrowful. This is partly owing to a soft and tender nature, easily borne down and overwhelmed, partly to what seems an almost constitutional inability to find rest in God's will. She assents to all we say to her about submission, in a sweet, gentle way, and then comes the invariable mournful wail, "But it was so unexpected! It came so suddenly!" But I love the little thing, and her affection for us all is one of our greatest comforts. Martha is greatly absorbed in her own household, its cares and its pleasures. She brings her little Underhills to see us occasionally, when they put my children quite out of countenance by their consciousness of the fine clothes they wear and their knowledge of the world. Even I find it hard not to feel abashed in the presence of so much of the sort of wisdom in which I am lacking. As to Lucy, she is exactly in her sphere. The calm dignity with which she reigns in her husband's house, and the moderation and self-control with which she guides his children, are really instructive. She has a baby of her own, and though it acts just like other babies, and kicks, scratches, pulls, and cries when it is washed and dressed, she goes through that process with a serenity and deliberation that I envy with all my might. Her predecessor in the nursery was all nerve and brain, and has left 4 children made of the same material behind her. But their wild spirits on one day, and their depression and languor on the next, have no visible effects upon her. Her influence is always quieting. She tones down their vehemence with her own calm decision and practical good sense. It is amusing to see her seated among those 4 little furies, who love each other in such a distracted way that somebody's feelings are always getting hurt, and somebody always crying. By a sort of magnetic influence she heals these wounds immediately, and finds some prosaic occupation as an antidote to those poetical moods. I confess that I am instructed and reproved whenever I go to see her, and wish I were more like her. But there is no use in trying to engraft an opposite nature on one's own. What I am, that I must be, except as God changes me into His own image. And everything brings me back to that as my supreme desire. I see more and more that I must be myself what I want my children to be, and that I cannot make myself over even for their sakes. This must be His work, and I wonder that it goes on so slowly. That all the disappointments, sorrows, sicknesses I have passed through have left me still selfish, still full of imperfections. March 5, 1852. This is the 6th anniversary of James's death. Thinking it all over after I went to bed last night, his sickness, his death, and the weary months that followed for mother, I could not get to sleep till long past midnight. Then Una woke, crying with the earache, and I was up till nearly daybreak with her, poor child. I got up jaded and depressed, almost ready to faint under the burden of life, and dreading to meet Helen, who is doubly sad on these anniversaries. She came down to breakfast, dressed as usual in deep mourning, and looking as spiritless as I felt. The prattle of the children relieved the somber silence maintained by the rest of us, each of whom acted depressingly on the others. How things do flash into one's mind! These words suddenly came to mind as we sat so gloomily at the table God had spread before us, and which He had enlivened by the 4 young faces round it. Why should the children of a King go mourning all their days? Why, indeed? Children of a King? I felt grieved that I was so intent on my own sorrows as to lose sight of my relationship to Him, and then I asked myself what I could do to make the day less wearisome and sorrowful to Helen. She came after a time with her work to my room. The children took their good by kisses and went off to school. Ernest took his too, and set forth on his day's work, while Daisy played quietly about the room. "Helen, dear," I ventured at last to begin, "I want you to do me a favor to day." "Yes," she said, languidly. "I want you to go to see Mrs. Campbell. This is the day for her beef tea, and she will be looking out for one of us." "You must not ask me to go to day," Helen answered. "I think I must, dear. When other springs of comfort dry up, there is one always left to us, and that, as mother often said, is usefulness." "I do try to be useful," she said. "Yes, you are very kind to me and to the children. If you were my own sister you could not do more. But these little duties do not relieve that aching void in your heart which yearns so for relief." "No," she said, quickly. "I have no such yearning. I just want to settle down as I am now." "Yes, I suppose that is the natural tendency of sorrow. But there is great significance in the prayer for a heart at leisure from itself to soothe and sympathize." "Oh, Katy," she said, "you don't know, you can't know how I feel. Until James began to love me so, I did not know there was such a love as that in the world. You know our family is different from yours, and it is so delightful to be loved. Or rather, it was." "Don't say was," I said. "You know we all love you dearly, dearly." "Yes, but not as James did." That is true. It was foolish in me to expect to console you by such suggestions. But to go back to Mrs. Campbell, she will sympathize with you, if you will let her, as very few can, for she has lost both husband and children. Ah, but she had a husband for a time at least. It is not as if he were snatched away before they had lived together. If anybody else had said this, I should have felt that it was out of mere perverseness. But dear little Helen is not perverse. She is simply overburdened. I grant that your disappointment was greater than hers, I went on, but the affliction was not. Every day that a husband and wife walk hand in hand together upon earth makes of the twain more and more one flesh. The selfish element which at first formed so large a part of their attraction to each other disappears, and the union becomes so pure and beautiful as to form a fitting type of the union of Christ and His Church. There is nothing else on earth like it. Helen sighed. I find it hard to believe, she said, there can be anything more delicious than the months in which James and I were so happy together. Suffering together would have brought you even nearer, I replied. Dear Helen, I am very sorry for you. I hope you feel that, even when, according to my wont, I fall into arguments, as if one could argue a sorrow away. You are so happy, she answered. Ernest loves you so dearly, and is so proud of you, and you have such lovely children. I ought not to expect you to sympathize perfectly with my loneliness. Yes, I am happy, I said, after a pause. But you must own, dear, that I have had my sorrows too. Until you become a mother yourself, you cannot comprehend what a mother can suffer, not merely for herself in losing her children, but in seeing their sufferings. I think I may say of my happiness that it rests on something higher and deeper than even Ernest and my children. And what is that? The will of God, the sweet will of God. If He should take them all away, I might still possess a peace which would flow on forever. I know this partly from my own experience, and partly from that of others. Mrs. Campbell says that the 3 months that followed the death of her first child were the happiest she had ever known. Mrs. Wentworth, whose husband was snatched from her almost without warning, and while using expressions of affection for her such as a lover addresses to his bride, said to me, with tears rolling down her cheeks, yet with a smile, I thank my God and Saviour that He has not forgotten and passed me by, but has counted me worthy to bear this sorrow for His sake. And hear this passage from the life of Wesley, which I lighted on this morning. Quote, he visited one of his disciples, who was ill in bed after having buried 7 of her family in 6 months, and had just heard that the 8th, her husband, whom she dearly loved, had been cast away at sea. I asked her, he says, do you not fret at any of those things? She says, with a lovely smile, oh, no! How can I fret at anything which is the will of God? Let Him take all beside. He has given me Himself. I love, I praise Him every moment. Unquote. Yes, Helen objected, I can imagine people as saying such things in moments of excitement, but afterwards they have hours of terrible agony. They have hours of terrible agony, of course. God's grace does not harden our hearts and make them proof against suffering, like coats of mail. They can all say, out of the depths I have cried unto Thee, and it is they alone who have been down to the depths and had rich experience of what God could be to His children there, who can utter such testimonials to His honor as those I have just repeated. Katy, Helen suddenly asked, do you always submit to God's will thus? In great things I do, I said. What grieves me is that I am constantly forgetting to recognize God's hand in the little everyday trials of life, and instead of receiving them as from Him, find fault with the instruments by which He sends them. I can give up my child, my only brother, my darling mother, without a word, but to receive every tiresome visitor as sent expressly and directly to weary me by the Master Himself, to meet every negligence on the part of the servants as His choice for me at the moment, to be satisfied and patient when Ernest gets particularly absorbed in his books because my father sees that little discipline suitable for me at the time, all this I have not fully learned. "All you say discourages me," said Helen, in a tone of deep dejection. "Such perfection was only meant for a few favored ones, and I do not dare so much as to aim at it. I am perfectly sure that I must be satisfied with the low state of grace I am in now, and always have been." She was about to leave me, but I caught her hand as she would have passed me, and made one more attempt to reach her poor weary soul. "But are you satisfied, dear Helen?" I asked, as tenderly as I would speak to a little sick child. "Surely you crave happiness, as every human soul does." "Yes, I crave it," she replied, "but God has taken it from me." "He has taken away your earthly happiness, I know, but only to convince you what better things He has in store for you. Let me read you a letter which Dr. Cabot wrote me many years ago, but which has been an almost constant inspiration to me ever since." She sat down, resumed her work again, and listened to the letter in silence. As I came to its last sentence, the three children rushed in from school, at least the boys did, and threw themselves upon me like men assaulting a fort. I have formed the habit of giving myself entirely to them at the proper moment, and now entered into their frolicsome mood as joyously as if I had never known a sorrow or lost an hour's sleep. At last they went off to their playroom, and Una settled down by my side to amuse Daisy, when Helen began again. "I should like to read that letter myself," she said. "Meanwhile I want to ask you one question. What are you made of, that you can turn from one thing to another like lightning, talking one moment as if life depended on your every word, and then frisking about with those wild boys as if you were a child yourself?" I saw Una look up curiously to hear my answer, as I replied: "I have always aimed at this flexibility. I think a mother, especially, ought to learn to enter into the gayer moods of her children at the very moment when her own heart is sad, and it may be as religious an act for her to romp with them at the time as to pray with them at another." Helen went away to her room with Dr. Cabot's letter, which I silently prayed might bless her as it had blessed me. And then a jaded, disheartened mood came over me that made me feel that all I had been saying to her was but as sounding brass and a tinkling cymbal, since my life and my professions did not correspond. Hitherto my consciousness of imperfection has made me hesitate to say much to Helen. Why are we so afraid of those who live under the same roof with us? It must be the conviction that those who daily see us acting in a petty, selfish, trifling way must find it hard to conceive that our prayers and our desires take a wider and higher aim. Dear little Helen, may the ice once broken remain broken forever. End of Chapter 23. Recording by Teresa Downey. Chapter 24 of Stepping Heavenward. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Teresa Downey. Stepping Heavenward by Elizabeth Prentiss. Chapter 24. March 20th. Helen returned Dr. Cabot's letter in silence this morning, but directly after breakfast set forth to visit Mrs. Campbell with a little bottle of beef tea in her hands, which ought to have gone yesterday. I had a busy day before me, the usual Saturday baking and Sunday dinner to oversee, the children's lessons for tomorrow to superintend and hear them repeat, their clean clothes to lay out, and a basket of stockings to mend. My mind was somewhat distracted with these cares, and I found it a little difficult to keep on with my morning devotions in spite of them. But I have learned, at least, to face and fight such distractions instead of running away from them as I used to do. My faith in prayer, my resort to it, becomes more and more the foundation of my life, and I believe, with one wiser and better than myself, that nothing but prayer stands between my soul and the best gifts of God. In other words, that I can and shall get what I ask for. I went down into the kitchen, put on my large baking apron, and began my labors. Of course the door bell rang, and a poor woman was announced. It is very sweet to follow Fenelon's counsel and give oneself to Christ in all these interruptions, but this time I said, "Oh, dear," before I thought. Then I wished I hadn't, and went up, with a cheerful face at any rate, to my unwelcome visitor, who proved to be one of my aggravating poor folks, a great giant of a woman, in perfect health, and with a husband to support her if he will. I told her that I could do no more for her. She answered me rudely, and kept urging her claims. I felt ruffled. Why should my time be thus frittered away, I asked myself. At last she went off, abusing me in a way that chilled my heart. I could only beg God to forgive her, and return to my work, which I had hardly resumed when Mrs. Embury sent for a pattern that I had promised to lend her. Off came my apron, and up 2 pairs of stairs I ran. After a long search it came to light. Work resumed. Doorbell again. Aunty wanted the children to come to an early dinner. Going to Auntie's is next to going to Paradise to them. Everything was now hurry and flurry. I tried to be patient, and not to fret their temper by undue attention to nails, ears, and other susceptible parts of the human frame. But after it was all over, and I had kissed all the sweet dear faces good bye, and returned to the kitchen, I felt sure that I had not been the perfect mother I want to be in all these little emergencies. Yes, far from it. Bridget had let the milk I was going to use boil over, and finally burn up. I was annoyed and irritated, and already tired, and did not see how I was to get more, as Mary was cleaning the silver. To be sure, there is not much of it, and had other extra Saturday work to do. I thought Bridget might offer to run to the corner for it, though it isn't her business, but she is not obliging, and seemed as sulky as if I had burned the milk, not she. After all, I said to myself, what does it signify if Ernest gets no dessert? It isn't good for him, and how much precious time is wasted over just this one thing. However, I reflected that arbitrarily refusing to indulge him in this respect is not exactly my mission as his wife. He is perfectly well, and likes his little luxuries as well as other people do. So I humbled my pride, and asked Bridget to go for the milk, which she did in a lofty way of her own. While she was gone the marketing came home, and I had everything to dispose of. Ernest had sent home some apples, which plainly said, "I want some apple pie, Katy." I looked nervously at the clock, and undertook to gratify him. Mary came down, crying, to say that her mother, who lived in Brooklyn, was very sick, could she go see her. I looked at the clock once more, told her she should go, of course, as soon as lunch was over. This involved my doing all her absence left undone. At last I got through with the kitchen, the Sunday dinner being well under way, and ran upstairs to put away the host of little garments the children had left when they took their flight, and to make myself presentable at lunch. Then I began to be uneasy lest Ernest should not be punctual, and Mary be delayed. But he came just as the clock struck 1. I ran joyfully to meet him, very glad now that I had something good to give him. We had just got through lunch, and I was opening my mouth to tell Mary she might go, when the doorbell rang once more, and Mrs. Fry of Jersey City was announced. I told Mary to wait till I found whether she had lunched or not. No, she hadn't. Had come to town to see her friends off, was half famished, and would I do her the favor, etc., etc. She had a fashionable young lady with her, a stranger to me, as well as a Miss Somebody else from Albany, whose name I did not catch. I apologized for having finished lunch. Mrs. Fry said all they wanted was a cup of tea and a bit of bread and butter, nothing else, dear. Now don't put yourself out. Now be bright and animated and like yourself, she whispered, for I have brought these girls here on purpose to hear you talk, and they are prepared to fall in love with you on the spot. This speech sufficed to shut my mouth. Mary had to get ready for these unexpected guests, whose appetites proved equal to a raid on a good many things besides bread and butter. Mrs. Fry said, after she had devoured nearly half a loaf of cake, that she would really try to eat a morsel more, which Ernest remarked dryly was a great triumph of mind over matter. As they talked and laughed and ate leisurely on, Mary stood looking the picture of despair. At last I gave her a glance that said she might go, when a new visitor was announced, Mrs. Winthrop from Brooklyn, one of Ernest's patients a few years ago, when she lived here. She professed herself greatly indebted to him, and said she had come at this hour because she should make sure of seeing him. I tried to excuse him, as I knew he would be thankful to have me do, but no, see him she must. He was her "pet doctor." He had such a sweet bedside manner, and I am such a favorite with him, you know. Ernest did not receive his "favorite" with any special warmth, but invited her out to lunch, and gallanted her to the table we had just left. Just like a man. Poor Mary! She had to fly around and get up what she could. Mrs. Winthrop devoted herself to Ernest with a persistent ignoring of me that I thought rude and unwomanly. She asked if he had read a certain book. He had not. She then said, "I need not ask, then, if Mrs. Elliott has done so. These charming dishes which she gets up so nicely must absorb all her time." "Of course," replied Ernest. "But she contrives to read the reports of all the murders of which the newspapers are full." Mrs. Winthrop took this speech literally, drew her skirts from me, looked at me through her eye glass, and said, "Yes." At last she departed. Helen came home, and Mary went. I gave Helen an account of my morning. She laughed heartily, and it did me good to hear that musical sound once more. "It is nearly 5 o'clock," I said, as we at last had restored everything to order, "and this whole day has been frittered away in the veriest trifles. It isn't living to live so. Who is the better for my being in the world since 6 o'clock this morning?" "I am, for one," she said, kissing my hot cheeks. "And you have given a great deal of pleasure to several persons. Your and Ernest's hospitality is always graceful. I admire it in you both. And this is one of the little ways, not to be despised, of giving enjoyment." It was nice of her to say that. It quite rested me. At the dinner table Ernest complimented me on my good housekeeping. "I was very proud of my little wife at lunch," he said. "And yet you said that outrageous thing about my reading about nothing but murders," I said. "Oh, well, you understood it," he said, laughingly. "But that dreadful Mrs. Winthrop took it literally." "What do we care for Mrs. Winthrop?" he returned. "If you could have seen the contrast between you two in my eyes!" After all, one must take life as it comes. Its homely details are so mixed up with its sweet charities and loves and friendships that one is forced to believe that God has joined them together, and does not will that they should be put asunder. It is something that my husband has been satisfied with his wife and his home to day. That does me good. March 30. A stormy day, and the children home from school, and no little frolicking and laughter going on. It must be delightful to feel well and strong while one's children are young. There is so much to do for them. I do it, but no one can tell the effort it costs me. What a contrast there is between their vitality and the languor under which I suffer. When their noise became intolerable, I proposed to read to them, and of course they made 10 times as much clamor of pleasure, and of course they leaned on me, and ground their elbows into my lap, and tired me all out. As I sat with this precious little group about me, Ernest opened the door, looked in gravely and without a word, and instantly disappeared. I felt uneasy, and asked him this evening why he looked so. Was I indulging the children too much, or what was it? He took me into his arms and said, "My precious wife, why will you torment yourself with such fancies? My very heart was yearning over you at that moment, as it did the first time I saw you surrounded by your little class at Sunday school, years ago, and I was asking myself why God has given me such a wife, and my children such a mother." Oh, I am glad I have got this written down. I will read it over when the sense of my deficiencies overwhelms me, while I ask God why He has given me such a patient, forbearing husband. April 1. This has been a sad day to our church. Our dear Dr. Cabot has gone to his eternal home, and left us as sheep without a shepherd. His death was sudden at the last, and found us all unprepared for it. But my tears of sorrow are mingled with tears of joy. His heart had been long in heaven, and he was ready to go at a moment's warning. Never was a soul so constantly and joyously on the wing as his. Poor Mrs. Cabot! She is left very desolate, for all their children are married and settled at a distance. But she bears this sorrow like one who has long felt herself a pilgrim and a stranger on earth. How strange that we ever forget that we are all such! April 16. The desolate pilgrimage was not long. Dear Mrs. Cabot was this day laid away by the side of her beloved husband, and it is delightful to think of them as not divided by death, but united by it in a complete and eternal union. I never saw a husband and wife more tenderly attached to each other, and this is a beautiful close to their long and happy married life. I find it hard not to wish and pray that I may as speedily follow my precious husband, should God call him away first. But it is not for me to choose. How I shall miss these faithful friends, who, from my youth up, have been my stay and my staff in the house of my pilgrimage. Almost all the disappointments and sorrows of my life have had their Christian sympathy, particularly the daily, wasting solicitude concerning my darling Una, for they, too, watched for years over as delicate a flower, and saw it fade and die. Only those who have suffered thus can appreciate the heart soreness through which, no matter how outwardly cheerful I may be, I am always passing. But what then? Have I not 10,000 times made this my prayer, that in the words of Leighton, my will might become identical with God's will? And shall He not take me at my word? Just as I was writing these words, my canary burst forth with a song so joyous that a song was also put into my mouth. Something seemed to say, this captive sings in his cage because it has never known liberty, and cannot regret a lost freedom. So the soul of my child, limited by the restrictions of a feeble body, never have known the gladness of exuberant health, may sing songs that will enliven and cheer. Yes, and does sing them. What should we do without her gentle, loving presence, whose frailty calls forth our tenderest affections, and whose sweet face makes sunshine in the shadiest places? I am sure that the boys are truly blessed by having a sister always at home to welcome them, and that their best manliness is appealed to by her helplessness. What this child is to me I cannot tell, and yet if the skillful and kind gardener should house this delicate plant before frosts come, should I dare to complain? End of chapter 24. Recording by Teresa Downey. Chapter 25 of Stepping Heavenward. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Teresa Downey. Stepping Heavenward by Elizabeth Prentiss. Chapter 25. May 4th. Miss Clifford came to lunch with us on Wednesday. Her remarkable restoration to health has attracted a great deal of attention, and has given Ernest a certain reputation which does not come amiss to him. Not that he is ambitious; a more unworldly man does not live. But his extreme reserve and modesty have obscured the light that is now beginning to shine. We all enjoyed Miss Clifford's visit. She is one of the freshest, most original creatures I ever met with, and kept us all laughing with her quaint speeches, long after every particle of lunch had disappeared from the table. But this mobile nature turns to the serious side of life with marvelous ease and celerity, as perhaps all sound ones ought to do. I took her up to my room where my work basket was, and Helen followed with hers. "I have brought something to read to you, dear Mrs. Elliott," Miss Clifford began, the moment we had seated ourselves, "which I have just lighted on, and I am sure you will like. A nobleman writes to Fenelon asking certain questions, and a part of these questions, with the replies, I want to enjoy with you, as they cover a good deal of the ground we have often discussed together. 1. How shall I offer my purely indifferent actions to God? Walks, visits made and received, dress, little proprieties, such as washing the hands, etc., the reading of books of history, business with which I am charged for my friends, other amusements, such as shopping, having clothes made, and equipages. I want to have some sort of prayer or method of offering each of these things to God. Reply. The most indifferent actions cease to be such, and become good as soon as one performs them with the intention of conforming one's self in them to the will of God. They are often better and purer than certain actions which appear more virtuous. First, because they are less of our own choice and more in the order of Providence when one is obliged to perform them. Second, because they are simpler and less exposed to vain complaisance. Third, because if one yields to them with moderation, one finds in them more of death to one's inclinations than in certain acts of fervor in which self-love mingles. Finally, because these little occasions occur more frequently, and furnish a secret occasion for continually making every moment profitable. It is not necessary to make great efforts, nor acts of great reflection, in order to offer what are called indifferent actions. It is enough to lift the soul one instant to God, to make a simple offering of it. Everything which God wishes us to do, and which enters into the course of occupation suitable to our position, can and ought to be offered to God. Nothing is unworthy of Him but sin. When you feel that an action cannot be offered to God, conclude that it does not become a Christian. It is at least necessary to suspect it, and seek light concerning it. I would not have a special prayer for each of these. The elevation of the heart at the moment suffices. As for visits, commissions, and the like, as there is danger of following one's own taste too much, I would add to this elevating of the heart a prayer to moderate myself and use precaution. 2. In prayer I cannot fix my mind, or I have intervals of time when it is elsewhere, and it is often distracted for a long time before I perceive it. I want to find some means of becoming its master. Reply. Fidelity in following the rules that have been given you, and in recalling your mind every time you perceive its distraction, will gradually give you the grace of being more recollected. Meanwhile, bear your involuntary distractions with patience and humility. You deserve nothing better. Is it surprising that recollection is difficult to a man so long dissipated and far from God? 3. I wish to know if it is best to record on my tablets the faults and the sins I have committed, in order not to run the risk of forgetting them. I excite myself to repentance for my faults as much as I can, but I have never felt any real grief on account of them. When I examine myself at night, I see persons far more perfect than I complain of more sin. As for me, I seek, I find nothing, and yet it is impossible there should not be many points on which to implore pardon every day of my life. Reply. You should examine yourself every night, but simply and briefly. In the disposition to which God has brought you, you will not voluntarily commit any considerable fault without remembering and reproaching yourself for it. As to little faults, scarcely perceived, even if you sometimes forget them, this need not make you uneasy. As to a lively grief on account of your sins, it is not necessary. God gives it when it pleases Him. True and essential conversion of the heart consists in a full will to sacrifice all to God. What I call full will is a fixed, immovable disposition of the will to resume none of the voluntary affections which may alter the purity of the love to God, and abandon itself to all the crosses to which it will, perhaps, be necessary to bear, in order to accomplish the will of God, always and in all things. As to sorrow for sin, when one has it, one ought to return thanks for it. When one perceives it to be wanting, one should humble one's self peacefully before God, without trying to excite it by vain efforts. You find in your self-examination fewer faults than persons more advanced and more perfect do. It is because your interior light is still feeble. It will increase, and the view of your infidelities will increase in proportion. It suffices, without making yourself uneasy, to try to be faithful to the degree of light you possess, and to instruct yourself by reading and meditation. It will not do to try to forestall the grace that belongs to a more advanced period. It would only serve to trouble and discourage you, and even to exhaust you by continual anxiety. The time that should be spent in loving God would be given to forced returns upon yourself, which secretly nourish self love. 4. In my prayers my mind has difficulty in finding anything to say to God. My heart is not in it, or it is inaccessible to the thoughts of my mind. Reply. It is not necessary to say much to God. Oftentimes one does not speak much to a friend whom one is delighted to see. One looks at him with pleasure, one speaks certain short words to him which are mere expressions of feeling. The mind has no part in them, or next to none. One keeps repeating the same words. It is not so much a variety of thoughts that one seeks in intercourse with a friend as a certain repose and correspondence of heart. It is thus we are with God, who does not disdain to be our tenderest, most cordial, most familiar, most intimate friend. A word, a sigh, a sentiment, says all to God. It is not always necessary to have transports of sensible tenderness. A will all naked and dry, without life, without vivacity, without pleasure, is often purest in the sight of God. In fine, it is necessary to content oneself with giving to Him what He gives it to give. A fervent heart when it is fervent, a heart firm and faithful in its aridity when He deprives it of sensible fervor. It does not always depend on you to feel, but it is necessary to wish to feel. Leave it to God to choose to make you to feel sometimes, in order to sustain your weakness and infancy in Christian life, sometimes weaning you from that sweet and consoling sentiment which is the milk of babes, in order to humble you, to make you grow, and to make you robust in the violent exercise of faith, by causing you to sweat the bread of the strong in the sweat of your brow. Would you only love God according as He will make you take pleasure in loving Him? You would be loving your own tenderness and feeling, fancying that you were loving God. Even while receiving sensible gifts, prepare yourself by pure faith for the time when you might be deprived of them, and you will suddenly succumb if you had only relied on such support. Oh, I forgot to speak of some practices which may, at the beginning, facilitate the remembrance of the offering one ought to make to God of all the ordinary acts of the day. 1. Form the resolution to do so every morning, and call yourself to account in your self-examination at night. 2. Make no resolutions but for good reasons, either from propriety or the necessity of relaxing the mind, etc. Thus, in accustoming oneself to retrench the useless, little by little, one accustoms oneself to offer what is not proper to curtail. 3. Renew oneself in this disposition whenever one is alone, in order to be better prepared to recollect it when in company. 4. Whenever one surprises oneself in too great dissipation, or in speaking too freely of his neighbor, let him collect himself and offer to God all the rest of the conversation. 5. To flee with confidence to God, to act according to His will, when one enters company or engages in some occupation which may cause one to fall into temptation. The sight of danger ought to warn of the need there is to lift the heart toward Him by one who may be preserved from it. We both thanked her as she finished reading, and I begged her to lend me the volume that I might make the above copy. I hope I have gained some valuable hints from this letter, and that I shall see more plainly than ever that it is a religion of principle that God wants from us, not one of mere feeling. Helen remarked that she was most struck by the assertion that one cannot forestall the graces that belong to a more advanced period. She said she had assumed that she ought to experience all that the most mature Christian did, and that it rested her to think of God as doing this work for her, making repentance, for instance, a free gift, not a conquest to be won for oneself. Miss Clifford said that the whole idea of giving oneself to God in such little daily acts as visiting, shopping, and the like, was entirely new to her. "But fancy," she went on, her beautiful face lighted up with enthusiasm, "what a blessed life that must be, when the base things of this world, and things that are despised, are so many links to the invisible world and to the things God has chosen." "In other words," I said, The top of the ladder that rests on earth reaches to heaven, and we may ascend it as the angels did in Jacob's dream." "And descend, too, as they did," Helen put in, despondently. "Now you shall not speak in that tone," cried Miss Clifford. "Let us look at the bright side of life, and believe that God means us to be always ascending, always getting nearer to Himself, always learning something new about Him, always loving Him better and better. To be sure, our souls are sick, and of themselves can't keep ever on the wing. But I have had some delightful thoughts of late, from just hearing the title of a book, 'God's Method with the Maladies of the Soul.' It gives one such a conception of the seeming ills of life, to think of Him as our physician, the ills all remedies, the deprivations only a wholesome regimen, the losses all gains. Why, as I study this individual case and that, see how patiently and persistently He tries now this remedy, now that, and how infallibly He cures the souls that submit to His remedies. I love Him so, I love Him so, and I am so astonished that we are restive under His unerring hand. To think how He dealt with me! My soul was sick unto death, sick with worldliness and self pleasing and folly. There was only one way of making me listen to reason, and that was just the way He took. He snatched me right out of the world, and shut me up in one room, crippled, helpless, and alone, and set me to thinking, till I saw the emptiness and the shallowness of all in which I had hitherto been involved. And then He sent you and your mother to show me the reality of life, and to reveal to me my invisible, unknown Physician. Can I love Him with half my heart? Can I be asking questions as to how much I am to pay towards the debt I owe Him?" By this time Helen's work had fallen from her hands, and tears were in her eyes. "How I thank you," she said, softly, "for what you have said. You have interpreted life to me. You have given me a new conception of my God and Saviour." Miss Clifford seemed quenched and humbled by these words. Her enthusiasm faded away, and she looked at Helen with a deprecatory air as she replied, "Don't say that. I never felt so unfit for anything but to sit at the feet of Christ's disciples and learn of them." Yet I, so many years one of these disciples, had been sitting at her feet and had learned of her. Never had I so realized the magnitude of the work to be done in this world, nor the power and goodness of Him who has undertaken to do it all. I was glad to be alone, to walk my room singing praises to Him for every instance in which, as my Physician, He had disappointed my hope and defeated my joys, and given me to drink of the cup of sorrow and bereavement. May 24. I read to Ernest the extract from Fenelon which has made such an impression on me. Every business man, in short, every man leading an active life, ought to read that, he said. We should have a new order of things as the result, instead of fancying that our ordinary daily work was one thing, and our religion quite another thing. We should transmute our drudgery into acts of worship. Instead of going to prayer meetings to get into a good frame, we should live in a good frame from morning till night, from night till morning, and prayer and praise would only be another form for expressing the love and faith and obedience we had been exercising amid the pressure of business. "I only wish I had understood this years ago," I said. "I have made prayer too much of a luxury, and have often inwardly chafed and fretted when the care of my children at times made it utterly impossible to leave them for private devotions, when they had been sick, for instance, or in other like emergencies. I reasoned this way: here is a special demand on my patience, and I am naturally impatient, for I must have time to go away and entreat the Lord to equip me for this conflict. But I see now that the simple act of acceptance of the duty imposed, and the solace and support withdrawn, would have united me more fully to Christ than the highest enjoyment of His presence in prayer could." "Yes, every act of obedience is an act of worship," he said. "But why don't we learn that sooner? Why do we waste our lives before we learn how to live?" "I am not sure," he returned, "that we do not learn as fast as we are willing to learn. God does not force instruction upon us, but when we say, as Luther did, 'More light, Lord, more light,' the light comes." I questioned myself after he had gone as to whether this could be true of me. Is there not in my heart some secret reluctance to know the truth, lest that knowledge should call to a higher and holier life than I have yet lived? JUNE 2. I went to see Mrs. Campbell a few days ago, and found, to my great joy, that Helen had just been there, and that they had an earnest conversation together. Mrs. Campbell failed a good deal of late, and it is not probable we should have her with us much longer. Her every look and word is precious to me when I think of her as one who is so soon to enter the unseen world and see our Saviour, and be welcomed home by Him. If it is so delightful to be with those who are on the way to heaven, what would it be like to have fellowship with one who had come thence, and could tell us what it is? She spoke freely about death, and said Ernest had promised to take charge of her funeral, and to see that she was buried by the side of her husband. "You see, my dear," she added, with a smile, "though I am expecting to be so soon a saint in heaven, I am a human being still, with human weaknesses. What can it really matter where this weary old body is laid away, when I have done with it, and gone and left it forever? And yet I am leaving directions about its disposal." I said I was glad that she was still human, but that I did not think it a weakness to take thought for the abode in which her soul had dwelt so long. I saw that she was tired, and was coming away, but she held me and would not let me go. "Yes, I am tired," she said, "but what of that? It is only a question of days now, and all my tired feelings will be over. Then I shall be as young and fresh as ever, and shall have strength to praise and to love God as I cannot do now. But before I go, I want once more to tell you how good He is, how blessed it is to suffer with Him, how infinitely happy He has made me in the very hottest heat of the furnace. It will strengthen you in your trials to recall this my dying testimony. There is no wilderness so dreary but that His love can illuminate it, no desolation so desolate but that He can sweeten it. I know what I am saying. It is no delusion. I believe that the highest, purest happiness is known only to those who have learned Christ in sick rooms, in poverty, in racking suspense and anxiety, amid hardships, and at the open grave. Yes, the radiant face, worn by sickness and suffering, but radiant still, said in language yet more unspeakably impressive, "To learn Christ, this is life." I came into the busy and noisy streets as one descending from the mount, and on reaching home found my darling Una very ill in Ernest's arms. She had fallen and injured her head. How I had prayed that God would temper the wind to this shorn lamb, and now she had had such a fall! We watched over her till far into the night, scarcely speaking to each other, but I know by the way in which Ernest held my hand clasped in his that her precious life was in danger. He consented at last to lie down, but Helen stayed with me. What a night it was! God only knows what the human heart can experience in a space of time that men call hours. I went all over the past history of the child, recalling all her sweet looks and words, and my own secret repining at the delicate health that cut her off from so many of the pleasures that belonged to her age. And the more I thought, the more I clung to her on whom, frail as she is, I was beginning to lean, and whose influence in our home I could not think of losing without a shudder. Alas, my faith seemed for a time to flee, and I see just what a poor, weak human being is without it. But before daylight crept into my room, light from on high streamed into my heart, and I gave even this, my ewe lamb, away, as my free will offering to God. Could I refuse Him my child, because she was the very apple of my eye? Nay, then, but let me give to Him not what I value least, but what I prize and delight in most. Could I not endure heart sickness for Him who had given His only Son for me? And just as I had got to that sweet consent to suffer, He who had only lifted the rod to try my faith laid it down. My darling opened her eyes and looked at us intelligently, and with her own loving smile. But I dared not snatch her and press her to my heart. For her sake I must be outwardly calm, at least. June 6. I am at home with my precious Una. All the rest have gone to church. She lies peacefully on the bed, sadly disfigured for the time, but Ernest says he apprehends no danger now, and we are a most happy, a most thankful household. The children have all been greatly moved by the events of the last few days, and hover about their sister with great sympathy and tenderness. Where she fell from, or how she fell, no one knows. She remembers nothing about it herself, and it will always remain a mystery. This is the second time that this beloved child has been returned to us after we had given her away to God. And as the giving cost us tenfold more now than it did when she was a feeble baby, so we receive her as a fresh gift from our loving Father's hand with tenfold delight. Ah, we have no excuse for not giving ourselves entirely to Him. He has revealed Himself to us in so many sorrows and in so many joys, revealed Himself as He doth not unto the world. End of chapter 25. Recording by Teresa Downey. Chapter 26 of Stepping Heavenward. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Teresa Downey. Stepping Heavenward by Elizabeth Prentiss. Chapter 26. May 13th. This has been a Sunday to be held in long remembrance. We were summoned early this morning to Mrs. Campbell, and have seen her joyful release from the fetters that have bound her so long. Her loss to me is irreparable, but I truly thank God that one more tired traveler had a sweet welcome home. I can minister no longer to her bodily wants, and listen to her counsels no more, but she has entered as an inspiration into my life, and through all eternity I shall bless God that He gave me that faithful, praying friend. How little they know who languish in what seems useless sick rooms, or amid the restrictions of frail health, what work they do for Christ by the power of saintly living, and by even fragmentary prayers. Before her words fade out of my memory, I want to write down, from hasty notes made at the time, her answers to some of the last questions I asked her on earth. She had always enjoyed intervals of comparative ease, and it was in one of these that I asked her what she conceived to be the characteristics of an advanced state of grace. She replied, "I think that the mature Christian is always, at all times, and in all circumstances, what he was in his best moments in the progressive stages of his life. There were seasons all along his course when he loved God supremely, when he embraced the cross joyfully and penitently, when he held intimate communion with the Christ and loved his neighbor as himself. But he was always in terror lest, under the force of temptation, all this should give place to deadness and dullness, when he should chafe and rebel in the hour of trial, and judge his fellow man with a harsh and bitter judgment, and give way to angry, passionate emotions. But these fluctuations cease after a time to disturb his peace. Love to Christ becomes the abiding, inmost principle of his life. He loves Him rather for what He is than for what He has done or will do for him individually, and God's honor becomes so dear to him that he feels personally wounded when that is called in question, and the will of God becomes so dear to him that he loves it best when it triumphs at his cost. Once he only prayed at set times and seasons, and idolized good frames and fervent emotions. Now he prays without ceasing, and whether on the mount or down in the depths depends wholly on his Saviour. His old self confidence has now given place to childlike humility, that will not let him take a step alone, and the sweet peace that is now habitual to him, combined with the sense of his own imperfections, fills him with love to his fellow man. He hears, and believes, and hopes, and endures all things, and thinketh no evil. The tones of his voice, the very expression of his countenance, become changed. Love, now controlling where human passions held sway. In short, he is not only a new creature in Jesus Christ, but the habitual and blessed consciousness that this is so. These words were spoken deliberately and with reflection. You have described my mother, just as she was from the moment her only son, the last of 6, was taken from her, I said at last. I never quite understood how that final sorrow weaned her, so to say, from herself, and made her life all love to God and all love to man. But I see it now. Dear Mrs. Campbell, pray for me that I may yet wear her mantle. She smiled with a significance that said she had already done so. And then we parted that she might end her pilgrimage and go her rest, parted that I might pursue mine. I know not how long, nor amid how many cares and sorrows, nor with what weariness and heart sickness, parted to meet again in the presence of Him we love, with those who have come out of great tribulation, whose robes have been made white in the blood of the Lamb, and who are before the throne of God, and serve Him day and night in His temple, to hunger no more, neither thirst any more, for the Lamb which is in the midst of the throne shall lead them into living fountains of waters, and God shall wipe away all tears from their eyes. May 25. We were talking of Mrs. Campbell, and of her blessed life and blessed death. Helen said it discouraged and troubled her to see and hear such things. The last time I saw her, when she was able to converse, said she, I told her that when I reflected on my want of submission to God's will, I doubted whether I really could be His child. She said, in her gentle, sweet way, would you venture to resist His will if you could? Would you really have your dear James back again in this world if you could? I would, I certainly would, I said. She returned, I sometimes find it a help, when dull and cramped in my devotions, to say to myself, suppose Christ should now appear before you, and you could see Him as He appeared to His disciples on earth. What would you say to Him? This brings Him near, and I say what I would say if He were visibly present. I do the same when a new sorrow threatens me. I imagine my Redeemer as coming personally to say to me, for your sake I am a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief. Now for my sake give me this child, bear this burden, submit to this loss. Can I refuse Him? Now, dear, He has really come thus to you, and asked you to show your love to Him, your faith in Him, by giving Him the most precious of your treasures. If He were here at this moment, and offered to restore it to you, would you dare to say, yea, Lord, I know far better than Thou dost what's good for him and good for me. I will have him returned to me, cost what it may. In this world of uncertainties and disappointments I shall be sure of happiness in his society, and he will enjoy more here on earth with me than he could enjoy in the companionship of saints and angels and of the Lord Himself in heaven. Could you dare say this? Oh, Katy, what straits she drove me into! No, I could not dare say that. Then, my darling little sister, I cried, you will give up the struggle? You will let God do what He will with His own? I have to let Him, she replied, but I submit because I must. I looked at her gentle, pure face as she uttered these words, and could only marvel at the will that had no expression there. Tell me, she said, do you think a real Christian can feel as I do? For my part, I doubt it. I doubt everything. Doubt everything, but believe in Christ, I said. Suppose, for argument's sake, you are not a Christian. You can become one now. The color rose in her lovely face. She clasped her hands in a sort of ecstasy. "Yes," she said, "I can." At last God had sent her the word she wanted. May 28. Helen came to breakfast this morning in a simple white dress. I had not time to tell the children not to allude to it, so they began in chorus, "Why, Aunt Helen, you have put on a white dress! Why, Aunty, how queer you look! Hurrah, if she doesn't look like other folks!" She bore it all with her usual gentleness, or rather with a positive sweetness that captivated them as her negative patience had never done. I said nothing to her, nor did she to me till late in the day, when she came to me and said, "Katy, God taught you what to say. All these years I have been tormenting myself with doubts as to whether I could be His child, while so unable to say, 'Thy will be done.' If you had said, 'Why, yes, you must be His child, for you professed yourself one a long time ago, and ever since have lived like one,' I should have remained as wretched as ever. As it is, a mountain has been rolled off my heart. Yes, if I was not His child yesterday, I can become one to day. If I did not love Him then, I can begin now." I do not doubt that she was His child yesterday, and last year, and years ago. But let her think what she pleases, a new life is opening before her. I believe it is to be a life of entire devotion to God, and that out of her sorrow there shall spring up a wondrous joy. September 2. Sweet Briar Farm. Ernest spent Sunday with us, and I have just driven him to the station and seen him off. Things have prospered with us to such a degree that he has been extravagant enough to give me the use for the summer of a bonny little nag and an antiquated vehicle, and I have learned to drive. To be sure, I broke one of the shafts of the poor old thing the first time I ventured forth alone, and the other day nearly upset my cargo of children in a pond where I was silly enough to undertake to water my horse. But Ernest, as usual, had patience with me, and begged me to spend as much time as possible in driving about with the children. It is a new experience, and I enjoy it quite as much as he hoped I should. Helen is not with us. She has spent the whole summer with Martha, for Martha, poor thing, is suffering terribly from rheumatism, and is almost entirely helpless. I am so sorry for her. After so many years of vigorous health, how hard it must be to endure this pain. With this drawback, we have had a delightful summer, not one sick day, nor one sick night. With no baby to keep me awake, I sleep straight through, as Raymond says, and wake in the morning refreshed and cheerful. We shall have to go home soon. How cruel it seems to bring up children in a great city! Yet what can be done about it? Wherever there are men and women there must be children. What a howling wilderness either city or country would be without them! The only drawback on my felicity is the separation from Ernest, which becomes more painful every year to us both. God has blessed our married life. It has had its waves and its billows, but thanks unto Him it has at last settled down into a calm sea of untroubled peace. While I was secretly berating my dear husband for giving so much attention to his profession as to neglect me and my children, he was becoming every day more the ideal of a physician, cool, calm, thoughtful, studious, ready to sacrifice his life at any moment in the interests of humanity. How often I have mistaken his preoccupied air for indifference! How many times I have inwardly accused him of coldness, when his whole heart and soul were filled with the grave problem of life, ay, and of death likewise. But we understand each other now, and I am sure that God dealt wisely and kindly with us when He brought together two such opposite natures. No man of my vehement nature could have borne with me as Ernest has done, and if he had married a woman as calm, as undemonstrative as himself, what a strange home his would have been for the nurture of little children! But the heart was in him, and only wanted to be waked up, and my life has called forth music from his. Ah, there are no partings and meetings now that leave discords in the remembrance, no neglected birthdays, no forgotten courtesies. It is beautiful to see the thoughtful brow relax in the presence of wife and children, and to know that ours is, at last, the happy home I so long sighed for. Is the change all in earnest? Is it not possible that I have grown more reasonable, less childish and aggravating? We are at a farmhouse. Everything is plain, but neat and nice. I asked Mrs. Brown, our hostess, the other day, if she did not envy me my 4 little pets. She smiled and said they were the best children she ever saw, and that it was well to have a family if you have means to start them in the world. For her part, she lived from hand to mouth as it was, and was sure she could never stand the worry and care of a house full of young ones. But the worry and care is only half the story, I said. The other half is pure joy and delight. Perhaps so, to people that are well to do, she replied. But to poor folks, driven to death as we are, it's another thing. I was telling him yesterday what a mercy that it was there weren't any young ones around under my feet, and I could take city boarders and help work off the mortgage on the farm. And what did your husband say to that? Well, he said we were young and hearty, and that there was no such tearing hurry about the mortgage, and that he'd give his right hand to have a couple of boys like yours. Well? Why, I said, supposing we had a couple of boys, they wouldn't be like yours, dressed to look genteel and to have their genteel ways, but a pair of wild colts, into everything, tearing their clothes off their backs, wasting faster than we could earn. He said it 'twasn't the clothes, 'twas the flesh and blood he wanted, and 'twasn't no use to argufy about it. A man that hadn't got any children wasn't more'n half a man. Well, says I, just supposing you had a pack of 'em, what have you got to give 'em? Just exactly what my father and mother gave me, says he. 2 hands to earn their bread with, and a welcome you could have heard from Dan to Beersheba. I like to hear that, I said, and I hope many such welcomes will resound in this house. Suppose money does come in while little goes out. Suppose you get possession of the whole farm. What then? Who will enjoy it with you? Who will you leave it to when you die? And in your old age who will care for you? You seem awful earnest, she said. Yes, I am in earnest. I want to see little children adorning every home, as flowers adorn every meadow and every wayside. I want to see them welcomed to the homes they entered, to see their parents grow less and less selfish and more loving because they have come. I want to see God's precious gifts accepted, not frowned upon and refused. Mr. Brown came in, so I could say no more, but my heart warmed toward him as I looked at his frank, good-humored face, and I should have been glad to give him the right hand of friendship. As it was, I could only say a word or two about the beauty of his farm and the scenery of this whole region. Yes, he said, gratified that I appreciated his fields and groves. It is a tormented, pretty laying farm. Part of it was her father's, and part of it was my father's. There ain't another like it in the country. As to the scenery, I don't know as I've ever looked at it. City folks talk a good deal about it, but they've nothing to do but look round. Walter came trotting in on 2 bare white feet, and with his shoes in his hand. He had had his nap, felt as bright and as fresh as he looked rosy, and I did not wonder at Mr. Brown's catching him up and clasping his sunburnt arms around the little fellow, and pressing him against the warm heart that yearned for nestlings of its own. September 23. Home again, and full of the 1,000 cares that follow the summer and precede the winter. But let mothers and wives fret as they will, they enjoy these labors of love, and would feel lost without them. For what amount of leisure, ease, and comfort would I exchange husband and children and this busy home? Martha is better, and Helen has come back to us. I don't know how we have lived without her so long. Her life seems necessary to the completion of every one of ours. Some others have fancied it necessary to the completion of theirs, but she has not agreed with them. We are glad enough to keep her, and yet I hope the day will come when she, so worthy of it, will taste the sweet joys of wifehood and motherhood. January 1, 1853. It is not always so easy to practice as it is to preach. I can see in my wisdom 40 reasons for having 4 children and no more. The comfort of sleeping in peace, of having a little time to read, and to keep on with my music, strength with which to look after Ernest's poor people when they are sick, and to tell the truth, strength to be bright and fresh and lovable to him. All these little joys have been growing very precious to me, and now I must give them up. I want to do it cheerfully, and without a frown, but I find I love to have my own way, and that at the very moment I was asking God to anoint my work for me, I was secretly marking it out for myself. It is mortifying to find my will less in harmony with His than I thought it was, and that I want to prescribe to Him how I shall spend the time and the health and strength which are His, not mine. But I will not rest till this struggle is over, till I can say with a smile, "Not my will, not my will, but Thine." We have been this winter one of the happiest families on earth. Our love to each other, Ernest's and mine, though not perfect nothing on earth is has grown less selfish and more Christ-like. It has been sanctified by prayer and by the sorrows we have borne together. Then the children have been well and happy, and the source of almost unmitigated joy and comfort. And Helen's presence in this home, her sisterly affection, her patience with the children, and her influence over them, is a benediction for which I cannot be thankful enough. How delightful it is to have a sister! I think it is not often the case that own sisters have such perfect Christian sympathy with each other as we have. Ever since the day she ceased to torment herself with the fear that she was not a child of God, and laid aside the somber garments she had worn so long, she has had a peace that has scarcely known a cloud. She says in a note written me about the time, "I want you to know, my darling sister, that the despondency that made my affliction so hard to bear fled before those words of you, which, as I have already told you, God taught you to speak. I do not know whether I was really His child at the time or not. I had certainly had an experience very different from yours. Prayers had never been much more to me than a duty, and I had never felt the sweetness of that harmony between God and I, the human soul, that I know can take away all the bitterness from the cup of sorrow. I knew, who can help knowing it that reads God's word, that He required submission from His children, and that His children gave it, no matter what it cost. The Bible is full of beautiful expressions of it. So are our hymns. So are the written lives of all good men and good women. And I have seen it in you, my dear Katy, at the very moment when you were accusing yourself of the want of it. Entire oneness of the will with the divine will seemed to me to be the law and the gospel of the Christian life. In this evidence of a renewed nature I found wanting in myself. At any moment during the 3 years following James's death I would have snatched away from God if I could. I was miserably lonely and desolate without Him, not merely because He had been so much to me, but because His loss revealed to me the distance between Christ and my soul. All I could do was to go on praying, year after year, in a dreary, hopeless way, that I might learn to say, as David did, "I opened not my mouth because Thou didst it." When you suggested that instead of trying to figure out whether I had loved God, I should begin to love Him now, light broke in upon my soul. I gave myself to Him that instant, and as soon as I could get away by myself I fell upon my knees and gave myself up to the sense of His sovereignty for the first time in my life. Then, too, I looked at my light affliction and at the weight of glory side by side, and thanked Him that through the one He had revealed to me the other. Katy, I know the human heart is deceitful above all things, but I think it would be a dishonor to God to doubt that He then revealed Himself to me as He doth not to the world, and that the sweet peace I then found in yielding to Him will be more or less mine so long as I live. Oh, if all sufferers could learn what I have learned, that every broken heart could be healed as mine has been healed! My precious sister, cannot we make this one part of our mission on earth, to pray for every sorrow-stricken soul, and whenever we have influence over such, to lead it to honor God by instant obedience to His will, whatever that may be? I have dishonored Him by years of rebellious, carefully nursed sorrow. I want to honor Him now by years of resignation and grateful joy. Reading this letter over in my present mood has done me good. More beautiful faith in God than Helen's I have never seen. Let me have it, too. May this prayer, which under the inspiration of the moment I can offer without a misgiving, become the habitual, deep seated desire of my soul. "Bring into captivity every thought to the obedience of Christ. Take what I cannot give, my heart, body, thoughts, time, abilities, money, health, strength, nights, days, youth, age, and spend them in thy service, O my crucified Master, Redeemer, God. Oh, let these not be mere words. Whom have I in heaven but thee? And there is none upon earth that I desire in comparison of thee. My heart is athirst for God, for the living God. When shall I come and appear before God?" End of chapter 26. Recording by Teresa Downey. Chapter 27 of Stepping Heavenward. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Teresa Downey. Stepping Heavenward by Elizabeth Prentiss. Chapter 27. August 1st. I have just written to Mrs. Brown to know whether she will take us for the rest of the summer. A certain little man, not a very old little man either, has kept us in town till now. Since he has come we are all very glad of him, though he came on his own invitation, brought no wardrobe with him, does not pay for his board, never speaks a word, takes no notice of us, and wants more waiting on than any one else in the house. The children are full of delicious curiosity about him, and overwhelm him with presents of the most heterogeneous nature. Sweetbriar Farm, August 9th. We got there this afternoon, bag and baggage. I had not said a word to Mrs. Brown about the addition to our family circle, knowing she had plenty of room, and as we alighted from the carriage I snatched my baby from his nurse's arms and ran gaily up the walk with him in mine. If this splendid fellow doesn't convert her, nothing will, I said to myself. At that instant what should I see but Mrs. Brown running to meet me with a boy in her arms, exactly like Mr. Brown, only not quite 6 feet long, and not sunburnt. "There!" I cried, holding up my little old man. "There!" said she, holding up hers. We laughed till we cried. She took my baby and I took hers. After looking at him I liked mine better than ever. After looking at mine she was perfectly satisfied with hers. We got into the house at last, that is to say, we mothers did. The children darted through it and out of the door that led to the fields and woods, and vanished in the twinkling of an eye. Mrs. Brown had always been a pretty woman, with bright eyes, shining, well kept hair, and a color in her cheeks like the rose which had given its name to her farm. But there was now a new beauty in her face. The mysterious and sacred sufferings and joys of maternity had given it thought and feeling. "I had no idea I should be so fond of a baby," she said, kissing it whenever she stopped to put in a comma. "But I don't know how I ever got along without one. He's off at work nearly the whole day, and when I had got through with mine, and had put on my afternoon dress, and was ready to sit down, you can't think how lonesome it was. But now, by the time I am dressed, baby is ready to go out and get the air. He knows the minute he sees me bring out his little hat that he is going to see his father, and he's awful fond of his father. Though that isn't so strange either, for his father's awful fond of him. All his little ways are so pretty, and he never cries unless he's hungry or tired. Tell mother a pretty story now. Yes, mother hears. Bless his little heart." Then when Mr. Brown came home to his supper, his face was a sight to see, as he caught sight of me at my open window, and came to it with the child's white arms clinging to his neck, looking as happy and as bashful as a girl. "You see she must needs go to quartering this bouncing young one on me," he said. "As if I didn't have to work hard enough before. Well, maybe he'll get his feet off the farm. We'll see what we can do." "Mamma," Una whispered, as he went off with his facsimile to kiss it rapturously behind a woodpile, "do you think Mrs. Brown's baby very pretty?" Which was so mild a way of suggesting the fact of the case that I kissed her without trying to hide my amusement. August 10th. After being cooped up in town so large a part of the summer, the children are nearly wild with delight at being in the country once more. Even our demure Una skips about with a buoyancy I have never seen in her. She never has her ill turns when out of the city, and I wish, for her sake, we could always live here. As to Raymond and Walter, I never pretend to see them except at their meals and their bedtime. They just live outdoors, following the men at their work, asking all sorts of absurd questions, which Mr. Brown reports to me every night, with shouts of delighted laughter. Two gay and gladsome boys they are, really good without being priggish. I don't think I could stand that. People ask me how it happens that my children are all so promptly obedient and so happy. As if it chanced that some parents have such children, or chanced that some have not. I am afraid it is only too true, as some one has remarked, that this is the age of obedient parents. What then will be the future of their children? How can they yield to God who have never been taught to yield to human authority? And how well fitted will they be to rule their own households who have never learned to rule themselves? August 31st. This has been one of those cold, dismal, rainy days which are not infrequent during the month of August. So the children have been obliged to give up the open air of which they are so fond, and fall back upon what entertainment could be found within the house. I have read to them the little journal I kept during the whole life of the brother I am not willing they should forget. His quaint and sagacious sayings were delicious to them. The history of his first steps, his first words, sounded to them like a fairy tale. And the story of his last steps, his last words on earth, had for them such a tender charm that there was a cry of disappointment from them all when I closed the little book and told them that we should have to wait till we got to heaven before we could know anything more about his precious life. How thankful I am that I kept this journal, and that I have almost as charming ones about most of my other children. What I speedily forgot amid the pressures of cares and of new events is safely written down, and will be the source of endless pleasure to them long after the hand that wrote has ceased from its labors and lies inactive and at rest. Ah, it is a blessed thing to be a mother. September 1st. This baby of mine is certainly the sweetest and best I ever had. I feel an inexpressible tenderness for it which I cannot quite explain to myself, for I have loved them all dearly, most dearly. Perhaps it is so with all mothers. Perhaps they all grow more loving, more forbearing, more patient as they grow older, and yearn over these helpless little ones with an ever increasing yet chastened delight. One cannot help sheltering their tender infancy, who will so soon pass forth to fight the battles of life, each one waging an invisible warfare against invisible foes. How thankfully we would fight it for them if we might. September 20th. The mornings and evenings are very cool now, while in the middle of the day it is quite hot. Ernest comes to see us very often, under the pretense that he can't trust me with so young a baby. He is so tender and thoughtful, and spoils me so, that this world is very bright to me. I am a little jealous of it. I don't want to be so happy in Ernest or in my children as to forget for one instant that I am a pilgrim and a stranger on earth. Evening. There is no danger that I shall. Ernest suddenly made his appearance to night, and in a great burst of distress, quite unlike anything I ever saw in him, revealed to me that he had been feeling the greatest anxiety about me ever since the baby came. It is all nonsense. I cough, to be sure, but that is owing to the varying temperatures we always have at this season. I shall get over it as soon as we get home, I dare say. But suppose I should not, what then? Could I leave this precious little flock uncared for, untended? Have I faith to believe that if God calls me away from them it will be in love to them? I do not know. The thought of getting away from the sin that still so easily besets me is very delightful, and I have enjoyed so many, many such foretastes of the bliss of heaven that I know I should be happy there. But then my children, all of them under 12 years old. I will not choose. I dare not. My married life has been a beautiful one. It is true that sin and folly and sickness and sorrow have marred its perfection, but it has been adorned by a love which has never faltered. My faults have never alienated Ernest. His faults, for like other human beings he has them, have never overcome my love to him. This has been the gift of God, in answer to our constant prayer, that whatever other bereavement we might have to suffer, we might never be bereft of this benediction. It has been the glad secret of a happy marriage, and I wish I could teach it to every human being who enters upon a state that must bring with it the depth of misery or life's most sacred and mysterious joy. October 6th. Ernest has let me stay here to see the autumnal foliage and its ravishing beauty for the first, perhaps the last time. The woods and fields and groves are lighting up my very soul. It seems as if autumn had caught the inspiration and glow that summer had hidden in its floral beauty, its gorgeous sunsets, and its bow of promise in the heart of the hearts, was now flashing it forth upon the world with a lavish and opulent hand. I can hardly tear myself away and return to the prose of city life, but Ernest has come for us, and is eager to get us home before colder weather. I laugh at his anxiety about his old wife. Why need he fancy that this trifling cough is not to give way, as it often has done before? Dear Ernest, I never knew that he loved me so. October 31st. Ernest's fear that he had let me stay too long in the country does not seem to be justified. We went so late that I wanted to indulge the children by staying late, so we have only just got home. I feel about as well as usual. It is true that I have a little soreness about the chest, but it does not signify anything. I never was so happy in my husband and children, in other words, in my home, as I am now. Life looks very attractive. I am glad that I am going to get well. But Ernest watches me carefully, and wants me, as a precautionary measure, to give up music, writing, sewing, and painting, the very things that occupy me, and lead an idle, useless life for a time. I cannot refuse what he asks so tenderly, and as a personal favor to himself. Yet I should like to fill the remaining pages of my journal. I never like to leave things incomplete. June 1st, 1858. I wrote that 7 years ago, little dreaming how long it would be before I should use a pen. 7 happy years ago. I suppose that some who have known what my outward life has been during this period would think of me as a mere object of pity. There has certainly been suffering and deprivation enough to justify the sympathy of my dear husband and children, and the large circle of friends who have rallied about us. How little we knew we had so many! God has dealt very tenderly with me. I was not stricken down by sudden disease, nor were the things I delighted in all taken away at once. There was a gradual loss of strength and gradual increase of suffering, and it was only by degrees that I was asked to give up the employments in which I delighted, my household duties, my visits to the sick and suffering, the society of beloved friends. Perhaps Ernest perceived and felt my deprivations sooner than I did. His sympathy always seems to outrun my disappointments. When I compare him, as he is now, with what he was when I first knew him, I bless God for all the precious lessons he has taught him at my cost. There is a tenacity and persistence about his love for me that has made these years almost as wearisome to him as they have been to me. As to myself, if I had been told what I was to learn through these protracted sufferings, I am afraid I should have shrunk back in terror, and so have lost all the sweet lessons God proposed to teach me. As it is, he has led me on, step by step, answering my prayers in his own way, and I cannot bear to have a single human being doubt that it has been a perfect way. I love and adore it just as it is. Perhaps the suspense has been one of the most trying features of my case. Just as I have unclasped my hand from my dear Ernest, just as I have let go my almost frantic hold of my darling children, just as heaven opened before me and I fancied my weariness over and my wanderings done, just then almost every alarming symptom would disappear, and life recall me from the threshold of heaven itself. Thus I have been emptied from vessel to vessel, till I have learned that he is only truly happy who has no longer a choice of his own, and lies passive in God's hand. Even now no one can foretell the issue of this sickness. We live a day at a time, not knowing what shall be on the morrow. But whether I live or die, my happiness is secure, and so I believe is of my beloved ones. This is a true picture of our home. A sick room, full of the suffering, ravages the body, but cannot touch the soul. A worn, wasting mother, ministered unto by a devoted husband and by unselfish Christian children. Some of the peace of God, if not all of it, shines in every face, is heard in every tone. It is a home that typifies and foreshadows the home that is perfect and eternal. Our dear Helen has been given us for this emergency. It is not strange that seeing our domestic life should have awakened in her some yearnings for a home and a heart and children of her own. She has said that there was a weary point in her life when she made up her mind that she was never to know these joys, but she accepted her lot gracefully. I do not know any other word that describes so well the beautiful offering she made of her life to God and then to us. He accepted it, and has given her all the cares and responsibilities of domestic life without the transcendent joys that sustain the wife and the mother. She has been all in all to our children, and God has been all in all to her. And she is happy in His service and in our love. June 20th. It took me nearly 2 weeks to write the above, at intervals as my strength allowed. Ernest has consented to my finishing this volume, of which so few pages yet remain. And he let me see a dear old friend who came all the way from my native town to see me. Dr. Eaton, our family physician as long as I could remember. He is of an advanced age, but full of vigor, his eye bright, and with a healthful glow on his cheek. But he says he is waiting and longing for his summons home. About that home we had a delightful talk together that did my very heart good. Then he made me tell him about this long sickness, and the years of frail health, and some of the sorrows through which I had toiled. "Ah, these lovely children are explained now," he said. "Do you really think," I asked, "that it has been good for my children to have a feeble, afflicted mother?" "Yes, I really think so. A disciplined mother, disciplined children." This comforting thought is one of the last drops in a cup of felicity already full. June 2. Another Sunday, and all at church except my darling Una, who keeps watch over her mother. These Sundays, when I have had them each alone in turn, have been blessed days to them and to me. Surely this is some compensation for what they lose in me of health and vigor. I know the state of each soul as far as it can be known, and have every reason to believe that my children all love my Saviour and are trying to live for Him. I have learned at last not to despise the day of small things, to cherish the tenderest blossom, and to expect my dear ones to be imperfect before they become perfect Christians. Una is a sweet, composed young girl, now 18 years old, and what can I say more of the love her brothers bear her than this? They never tease her. She has long ceased asking why she must have delicate health when so many others of her age are full of animal life and vigor, but stands in her lot and place, doing what she can, suffering what she must, with a meekness that makes her lovely in my eyes, and that I am sure unites her closely to Christ. June 27. It was Raymond's turn to stay with me to day. He opened his heart to me more freely than he had ever done before. "Mamma," he began, "if papa is willing, I have made up my mind, that is to say, if I get decently good, to go on a mission." I said playfully, "And mamma's consent is not to be asked?" "No," he said, getting hold of what there is left of my hand. "I know you wouldn't say a word. Don't you remember telling me once, when I was a little boy, that I might go and welcome?" "And don't you remember," I returned, "that you cried for joy, and then relieved your mind still farther by walking on your hands with your feet in the air?" We both laughed heartily at this remembrance, and then I said, "My dear boy, you know your father's plan for you?" "Yes, I know he expects me to study with him, and take his place in the world. And it is a very important place." His countenance fell as he fancied I was not entering heartily into his wishes. "Dear Raymond," I went on, "I gave you to God long before you gave yourself to Him. If He can make you useful in your own or in other lands, I bless His name. Whether I live to see you as a man or not, I hope you will work in the Lord's vineyard wherever He calls. I never asked anything but usefulness in all my prayers for you, never once." His eyes filled with tears. He kissed me and walked away to the window to compose himself. My poor, dear, lovable, loving boy! He has all his mother's trials and struggles to contend with, but what matter it if they bring him the same peace? June 30. Everybody wonders to see me once more interested in my long closed journal, and becoming able to see the dear friends from whom I have been in a measure cut off. We cannot ask the meaning of this remarkable increase of strength. I have no wish to choose, but I have come to the last page of my journal, and living or dying shall write in this volume no more. It closes upon a life of much childishness and great sinfulness, whose record makes me blush with shame, but I no longer need to relieve my heart with seeking sympathy in its unconscious pages, nor do I believe it well to go on analyzing it as I have done. I have had large experience of both joy and sorrow. I have the nakedness and the emptiness, and I have seen the beauty and sweetness of life. What I say now, let me say to Jesus. What time and strength I used to spend in writing here, let me spend in praying for all men, for all sufferers who are out of the way, for all whom I love, and their name is legion, for I love everybody. Yes, I love everybody. That crowning joy has come to me at last. Christ is in my soul. He is mine. I am as conscious of it as that my husband and children are mine, and His Spirit flows from mine in the calm peace of a river whose banks are green with grass and glad with flowers. If I die, it will be to leave a wearied and worn body and a sinful soul to go joyfully to be with Christ, to weary and to sin no more. If I live, I shall find much blessed work to do for Him. So, living or dying, I shall be the Lord's. But I wish, oh, how earnestly, that whether I go or stay, I could inspire some lives with the joy that is now mine. For many years I have been rich in faith, rich in an unfaltering confidence that I was beloved of my God and Saviour. But something was wanting. I was ever groping for a mysterious grace, the want of which made me often sorrowful in the midst of my most sacred joy, imperfect when I most longed for perfection. It was that personal love to Christ of which my precious mother so often spoke to me, which she often urged me to seek upon my knees. If I had known then, as I know now, what this priceless treasure could be to a sinful human soul, I would have sold all that I had to buy the field wherein it lay hidden. But not till I was shut up to prayer and to the study of God's Word by the loss of earthly joys, sickness destroying the flavor of them all, did I begin to penetrate the mystery that is learned under the cross. And wondrous as it is, how simple is this mystery! To love Christ and to know that I love Him, this is all. And when I entered upon the sacred yet ofttimes homely duties of married life, if this love had been mine, how would that life have been transfigured! The petty faults of my husband, under which I chafed, would not have moved me. I should have welcomed Martha and her father to my home, and made them happy there. I should have had no conflicts with my servants, shown no petulance to my children, for it would not have been I who spoke and acted, but Christ who lived in me. Alas! I have had less than 7 years in which to atone for a sinful, wasted past, and to live a new and a Christ-like life. If I am to have yet more, thanks be to Him who has given me the victory, that life will be love, not the love that rests in the contemplation and adoration of its object, but the love that gladdens, sweetens, solaces other lives. O gift of gifts! O grace of faith! My God, how can it be that Thou who hast discerning love should give that gift to me? How many hearts Thou mightst have had, more innocent than mine! How many souls more worthy far of that sweet touch of Thine! O grace, into unlikeliest hearts it is Thy boast to come, the glory of Thy light to find, in darkest spots a home. Oh, happy, happy that I am, If thou canst be, O faith, the treasure that thou art in life, what wilt thou be in death? Stepping Westward. While my fellow traveler and I were walking by the side of Loch Katrine one fine evening after sunset, in our road to a hut where in the course of our tour we had been hospitably entertained some weeks before, we met, in one of the loneliest parts of that solitary region, two well dressed women, one of whom said to us, by way of greeting: "What, you are stepping westward? What, you are stepping westward? Yea, 'twould be a wildish destiny if we who thus together roam in a strange land and far from home were in this place the guests of chance. Yet who would stop or fear to advance, though home or shelter he had none, with such a sky to lead him on? The dewy ground was dark and cold, behind all gloomy to behold, and stepping westward seemed to be a kind of heavenly destiny." I liked the greeting. 'Twas a sound of something without place and bound, and seemed to give me spiritual right to travel through that region bright. The voice was soft, and she who spake was walking by her native lake. The salutation had to me the very sound of courtesy. Its power was felt, and while my eye was fixed upon the glowing sky, the echo of the voice enwrought a human sweetness with the thought of traveling through the world that lay before me in my endless way. Wordsworth. End of Chapter 27. End of Stepping Heavenward by Elizabeth Prentiss. Recording by Teresa Downing. In honor of her friend Tammy Martin, who first introduced her to Stepping Heavenward.